Okay. Good morning and welcome to the board briefing, a meeting of the Dallas Independent School District Board of Trustees. Please stand and join us for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and a salute to the Texas flag. Thank you. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. We lost our quorum. Go. Thank you. Trustees present, starting on your left and my right, are Trustees Audrey Pinkerton, Trustee Dan Mitchke, Trustee Lou Blackburn, Trustee Justin Henry, Trustee Dustin Marshall, and I'm Edwin Flores. And we're joined by our Superintendent of Schools, Michael Hinojosa, and I am Edwin Flores, Board President. Si hay alguien que necesita los servicios de un intérprete, aquí la señorita a su izquierda les puede ayudar con el equipo. Gracias. Are there any public officials to recognize? If not, we will move on to the public forum section of the agenda, but I understand we have no speakers. As such, we're going to move on to section 4, closed session. The board will retire to closed session. The public is welcome to wait in this room while the board is in closed session. The board will retire to closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the Act, including but not limited to the following sections. 551.071 for private consultation with its attorney about pending or contemplated litigation or on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the government body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter. 551.072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, sale or value of real property. 551.074 to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of public officer or employee, including deliberation of recommendation to terminate the probationary contract of certain employees at the end of the contract period. 2, recommendation to propose the non-renewal of the term contract of certain employees at the end of the contract period. And 3, recommendation to non-renew term contract employees who did not request a hearing regarding the proposed non-renewal of their term contract. The time is now 11:34 a.m. and we are in closed session. 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
About 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, the time is now 12:07, and we are back in open session. The board took no action in closed session. So the first item on the agenda is 5, Student Outcome Goal 3, Goal Progress Measure 3.3.
Yes, board members, Stephanie Elizalde is out on personal business today, so we've asked Jolie Healy to come up and carry the ball, and she'll be presenting student Outcome Goal 3, Goal Progress Measure 3.3.
All right, good afternoon, thank you. I'm happy to be here. As a recap, Goal 3 focuses on the student outcome of college readiness, specifically that we will increase graduates who are college and career and military ready from Domain 1 from 45% to 49% by 2022. There are 3 parts to that, and we are talking about 3.3 today. So the rigorous course enrollment is defined as students who are in 9th through 12th grade, enrolled in any AP, IB, dual credit, pre-AP, or a non-entry level CTE course. And we are using data from our PEAM snapshot date. So on this slide, we see the specific language that 3.3 states the percent of high school students participating in rigorous courses will increase from 60.8 to 71 by 2022. From our chart, we can see that this year's target was 69.5, and we have already not only exceeded this year's goal, but also the goal for 2022, with a current average of 74.1% participation, which shows a 5.3% gain from last year. So this data emphasizes that students are seeking rigorous courses and that we're expanding our offerings. Certainly access is the first step, so we need to continue to gather data and look at our enrollment by student group, by location across our schools and our networks, and then the second step will be to carefully progress monitor how students are doing in these courses, and we already have those measures underway. So thank you.
Okay, trustees, any questions on our goal progress? Trustee Pinkerton.
I just want to commend the administration and everyone working in the schools for this great result. It's exciting to see this kind of progress.
Good, thank you.
Okay, then, so we're good. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the update.
Okay, thank you.
Run while you can. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is A, the legislative update. Dr. Hinojosa.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the board, the legislative process is now ending. It's getting close to the end of the third quarter, and so things are starting to happen on a regular basis. And what's now evident is that House Bill 3 is probably going to be the biggest vehicle for school finance. It has now obviously been passed out of the House, and there were a lot of amendments. It was pretty startling to watch the amendment process because there were a lot of amendments that were pulled down, but the Speaker allowed the members that wanted to make an amendment to talk about their amendment, but then pull it down. So he gave them a voice, but it also did not complicate the bill by adding a lot of different things. One thing that was added that I objected to, but in the spirit of compromise, you have to look at the entire bill, and that was the Turner Amendment. And we're going to talk about that because it will have an impact on us that is really unknown. And today, as you hear presentations from TASB and Human Capital Management, I want you to be thinking about that Turner Amendment when I talk about that in just a moment, because it will have an impact on how we proceed in the next month and a half, 2 months as we develop our budget. But before we get to that, let me just tell you kind of let me come back to the Turner Amendment in just a moment. But regardless, what happens now is that House Bill 3 is being heard by the Senate Education Committee next Tuesday. I've been asked to come back down and be prepared to testify on it. Obviously, the Senate has different versions of it. The Senate does have still some ideas about outcomes-based funding. They also have some ideas about the Educator Excellence Initiative that was stripped out of the House version. And also, though, they have their own $5,000 across-the-board pay for teachers and librarians. So all of that has yet to be reconciled. So I talked to our consultant this morning, and what's kind of interesting is that the Senate, unlike the House, is probably not going to take invited testimony. So they're just going to let everybody come in and weigh in on what they want to do, and then at some point, they'll probably leave House Bill 3 pending and then probably vote it out at some other time in the next week or two, I believe. And then it goes to the full Senate, and then whatever disagreements are there between the House version and the Senate version will ultimately be handled in the conference committee. So right now, under the House Bill 3 version, the district does stand to gain significant dollars, over $100 million. But there are some things that the Turner Amendment now created some complexity on, and we're trying to get clarity and interpretation. Because initially there was no across-the-board raise, but now there is an across-the-board raise for non-administrators. But there's no clear definition of what an administrator is or not. A very specific example is a payroll supervisor an administrator? They work with the payroll department, but are they an administrator? But if everybody in the payroll department is getting $1,800, they may be making more than the payroll supervisor. So those things are not clear in the bill. And it also applies to, even when this board made some decisions a few months ago with our grounds department and our police department, but apparently it looks like that they'll get another $1,800 on top of whatever we may have already done. And that was the compromise that was done at the 11th hour. And that's what happens when you do things on amendments without studying the full consequences of them. And that's why I objected initially, is that we needed total flexibility, because now we don't really know how this works. Now, we understand, though, we also had funds set aside through our strategic initiatives that we were going to give our employees a certain amount of raise. So we'll have to reconcile the intent of the bill even before it's finished as we do our budgeting, because next month, by policy, we have to give you a preliminary budget. And then we give you a final budget in June so that we can operate next year. So it's going to be a lot of interpretation as we go down. Luckily, we have a lot of good connections with the financial experts that will help us analyze this. But that was my whole point, is that if we were given total flexibility, we were going to give a lion's share of our dollars to these employees. Now, we're concerned, though, that even the amount that's a minimum set aside, we may not, depending on who all is classified in those groups, as far as the Turner Amendment. But regardless of that, this is a very good bill. It does meet our legislative priorities. It significantly increased the basic allotment. It did fund pre-K full day, which were two of our top priorities. The Teacher Excellence Fund is not dead yet, but it's on life support. So it is, it depends on what happens in the Senate. But a lot of and then the formulas were, the reason that we benefit so much is that the formulas were changed significantly. Just like the comp ed with taking into consideration generational poverty, just like recognizing dual language, just like recognizing the number of students that you have in pre-K to 3 that are economically disadvantaged or English learners. We got additional weights from those that overcame the loss of the cost of education index formula that was very good to us. And on top of that, tax compression, where our M&O tax rate would go from $1.17 to $1.09. So all of that is still in the hopper, but now we're getting close to the end. Now, bills become susceptible to the calendar. And if bills don't get heard and get a hearing and get to the other house, then the timing of when they can get to the finish line, here's where bills start dying. So there are a lot of other peripheral bills that are happening, but everybody's focused on school finance. So with that being said, I'll be glad to entertain any questions or try to research other questions that you may have about other bills that you may be interested in. But this is obviously the biggest issue at the Capitol.
Trustee Marshall.
Thank you for the update. I don't have any questions. I just want to publicly thank you and acknowledge the work that you've put in, because it's pretty easy for you to interpret your job description as sitting here in Dallas and overseeing this district and focusing on our 157,000 kids and improving educational outcomes for those kids. But you've really stepped up to the plate in this legislative cycle to help kids throughout the state of Texas. And I just want to commend you for that and acknowledge that publicly. I think not only have you done so as a great representative for this district, but you've also rallied superintendents from across North Texas and across the state to go down to Austin and advocate for our kids. So thank you for all the effort that you've put into that. I also want to thank trustees Flores, Mitchke, and Henry for going down to Austin with me and advocating from our seat as a trustee. But there's no more impactful role that I think you can have across the state than doing what you've done in the last couple months. I think we've made good progress. Obviously, the fat lady hasn't sung yet, and we need to, kind of continue on that trajectory for the next couple weeks and months. But I'm encouraged by the progress we've made, and I thank you for your efforts in doing that. Thanks.
you. Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Mitchell.
Yeah, I would certainly second those compliments. I think Dallas ISD has a huge voice in Austin these days, and Dr. Hinojosa has done a great job in representing us and in advocating for public education throughout the state. I do have a question about the one of the amendments that I don't know if this was an April Fool's joke, but I read it around April Fool's Day. Was there an amendment proposed by the Speaker to add some sort of voucher to the HB 3?
No, that is absolutely must have been an April Fool's joke, because this speaker is not supportive of vouchers.
Okay, great, thanks.
So I want to echo Trustee Mitchke's and Marshall's sentiment for the work that Dr. Hinojosa is doing on behalf of our kids and kids throughout the state. And I know certainly he's had a huge footprint down there, because every time that we've gone down there, people talk about your testimony and your work, and we certainly appreciate doing that. I was just going to ask very quick about for like career technology education, what's that looking like?
Yeah, as part of House Bill 3, they are putting some additional new funds for middle school career tech that have not been there in the past. But also, there are some other elements of the report that Jolie just made on college and CCMR, College Career Military Ready, where there are some nuances where we'll be getting some additional money. We haven't fully analyzed, what the expectations are, but there has definitely been flexibility and support for career tech in this legislation.
Yeah, I mean, the reason for my question is around our career institutes, to see if we can really kind of get any.
I don't know that there'll be
additional
any dedicated funding, but what is in the process will certainly allow us to fund the fiscal note of the $2 million that we've put in for our Career Institute. So we'll have total flexibility to implement that as one of our initiatives.
dollars. Trustee Henry?
Yeah, again, I want to echo the sentiments regarding Dr. Hinojosa and going beyond your role as superintendent to advocate for not only Dallas, but public schools across the state. I also just wanted to ask a question regarding Representative Gonzalez's amendment regarding special education. I know that's something that we've been struggling with here in the district, and I know some of my colleagues, including myself, are very passionate about that. Could you speak to really kind of how that affects us, or how we anticipate it affects us, or if we don't know?
Yeah, I don't know that I know the granular details of Representative Gonzalez's initiative, but we do know that there are additional funds for special education that are part of the formula, of the bigger formulas, but I can't answer at a granular level. I'll have someone from Moak and Casey or one of our consultants help us get a specific answer on that.
Great, well, thank you. So moving along, the next item on the agenda is creating accelerated performance. Dr. Hinojosa.
Yes, as one of the things that's in House Bill 3 is there's a little bit of money for helping stop the summer slide. And they are creating a fund at a certain level to help students get on grade level. We also looked at this initiative, and knowing that whether outcomes-based funding makes it or not, We know that under the accountability system, you get a lot more credit and funding and accountability if you can get students to the meets level, meets grade level performance. So when we started hearing about this, we took a look and saw that we have some issues at certain transition levels, certain grade levels, and also certain students and student groups that are not at the meets level. So I charged the team, specifically Dr. Pam Lear, with putting together the entire, our team, and coming up with a new initiative that would help us address those issues. So I will ask Dr. Lear to lay this out, and then we'll take your questions at the end. So Dr. Lear, I know you had a cross-component team that helped you, but I'll let you pick it up from here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hinojosa, and good afternoon, Board. So creating accelerated performance, we've kind of identified that as CAP, and really the purpose is to accelerate the achievement of students at critical transitional levels or grade levels, and specifically rising third grade, rising sixth grade, and rising ninth grade. We did look at multiple data sets, and what we found was we had several, or two in particular, student groups who were underperforming their peers. And this data came from the Office of Racial Equity. We sat down as a team to really analyze that data, and those two groups were identified as two groups that, you know, we really need to put some intentionality and strategy behind in order to increase performance for overall the district, but specifically those two groups. And we know just statewide, we've talked about at least 60% of our third graders achieving, in the year of 2030, achieving, having third graders at 60% achieving the performance level or the threshold. And so we strategized and said that we needed to have a really an in-depth strategic approach in order to reaching that goal. So what we've done is we've created this intensive targeted summer experience for students, and we've also included touch points throughout the year. We think, of course, the summer experience is important, but we also know that if the students are working below grade level, they will need more than just 10 or 20 days during the summer. So in this program, we've incorporated touch points throughout the year. As we looked at the multiple data points, which included STAR, ACPs, and Terra Nova.
Let me interrupt you for just a moment, Dr. Lear, because we thought about how could we take this to scale and do this well, and we determined that we couldn't take it to scale and do it well. So we decided to do a proof of concept, and so we decided to start with the schools that had the greatest need, prove it up there, and then if it works here, then go to scale. So that's another reason why, before we start talking about this slide, why did we start smaller than just trying to do it district-wide? So Dr. Lear, pick it back up, please.
So this slide reflects the schools that we identified as having the highest concentration of the targeted group, as well as, you know, students who are not, who have not demonstrated proficiency. So you can see our rising third grade students, we've identified 7 schools, and you can see the number of students who we would target for this particular program. The middle slide shows our rising sixth graders. We have 9 schools where the students will be invited, and then our rising ninth grade, we have 6 schools that have been identified. The next slide really gives you kind of some proposed schedules and locations. And so we've looked at the calendar, and we've landed on July 15th through July 26th to hold a 10-day session for the specific students. And the location, we really tried to find a location that was geographically appropriate for all the schools that we identified. So at this point, we're looking at O.M. Roberts and R.L. Thornton. Our rising sixth graders would be Dade Middle School and Atwell Middle School. And then our rising ninth graders, I've had several meetings with UNT Dallas. And so President Mung is extremely excited and very willing to have our students at UNT Dallas. So we're working through that agreement with transportation and food and everything, but I think that that will be exciting for the ninth graders just to have that college awareness. If we look at the length of the academic program will be 9 o'clock to 2:30. However, we did want to, we have parents who are working, and so we wanted to offer before and after school opportunities for them to drop off early. So the length of the day could be 7:30 to 5:30, but the actual program that I'm talking to you about, the Creating Accelerated Performance, would be 9 to 2:30. So this is really what the schedule could look like, and parents could drop students off at 7:30, so the doors would open 7:30 to 8:30. We would have mindfulness activities under SEL, social emotional learning activities. Parents would drop off. The buses would drop students off who needed transportation at 8:30, so between 8:30 and 9 o'clock would be breakfast. The program would start at 9 to 2:30, the instructional time. A 30-minute lunch would be included. And then we would have after-school programming from 2:30 to 4:30. 4:30 to 5 o'clock would be dinner, and then students would be transported to their neighborhood drop-off 5 o'clock to 5:30. So on this particular slide, I wanted to just talk a little bit about the instructional program. Dr. Durant and her team are working feverishly to really put, like I said, intentionality around developing real high-level instructional practices that are culturally responsive and culturally relevant for our students. And so I've listed some, and this isn't everything, but these are some activities that students would be involved in, and you can see several of those bullets incorporate in technology. So I'm excited that Chief Kalanick has really worked with us so that each of the students who participate have one-to-one computing or a device that it would be signed out to them. We're working on them even being able to take it home so that we can download reading programs that they can work with their parents or even individually at home. So our curriculum department, they're looking to incorporate website design, character animation. There are a multitude of activities that students would be engaged in, and they would be bridging gaps, but also looking forward to the next 6 weeks that are coming up so that they have some exposure to those concepts. The next slide, I think, is extremely important because the students that we've identified are our most fragile students. And so with our most fragile students, it's extremely important that we have teachers who have expertise in reading. So we are, actually, Chief Wilson is working with her team to identify who those teachers are, and we will send invites out and have them come in so that we can have an interest meeting so that they will understand what CAP is about, what the expectation is. So we have already identified in third grade reading, we have 229 teachers across the district. We have 79 who are sixth grade reading language arts, and then we have 63 high school reading language arts. We would prefer English 1, but if we have English 2 or English 3 or English 4, we would take them. We would prioritize with teachers who actually teach at those schools. So we think that relationship building is extremely important with our students, so that would be the priority. We also have 16 dyslexia teachers who have already committed to say that, you know what, we're going to be part of this. So at the bottom there, I've highballed this. I've included it so if all kids were to participate, and then I also have a couple of floater teachers in there because we always have to think about if someone gets sick. I have 5 administrators, so I have 1 administrator per campus, and then I have to account for a nurse, which I think we can have itinerant, a data clerk, we would have security, and then we also have to account for bus drivers. The next slide really provides a timeline of key dates that's going to guide us through the process of teacher selection as well as student acceptance deadline. And so you can see May 17th is our deadline for acceptance for students, so we can really start with our budgeting process and making sure we have the teachers that are needed to accommodate the number of students. It'll be important for the teachers who are participating in this program to have a student profile that has multiple measures. So once we have the students identified, we'll start working with school leadership to make sure that we have the student profiles for each student. And then, of course, at the end of this timeline, you see May 31st through June 6th, we'll have professional development, a 6-day professional development for all the teachers who have been identified to serve in this capacity. Here, there are 2 components. We'll have a CAP teacher PLC, or professional learning community. You see the professional development time, or that week that I just talked about, and you see a few elements that that professional development will be comprised of. So it will be important for the teachers to have a real sound understanding of the reading foundations. We'll also have culturally relevant texts for the teachers to use as they're developing the skill sets of our students. And then, of course, we're looking at those student profiles to design the root analysis or the root cause analysis of what's happening with each of those students. The teachers will also have an online sharing community so that they can retrieve lessons and assessments and then actually have conversations with each other. The bottom portion of this...
Let me interrupt you there, Dr. Lear, because let me tell you why this one came up and why it was important. Dr. Blackburn and Dr. Flores will remember that this is kind of similar to the Early Start program when we got money from the federal government under the Obama administration to help us with Early Start. And we brought in kids and taught them the first semester. And so we looked at that, and we thought it was very successful, and our graduation rate certainly improved a lot because now the kids got an early start at their 9th grade year in the first semester. But when we looked at Dr. Oakley's evaluation of that report, is that some of that did not sustain over time. And part of it was we just did it in the summer, got them jump-started. They did great the first semester, and then they started sliding. So in order to stop the slide, we said, what if we had a student Saturday experience throughout the year to maintain that? So Dr. Lear, pick it back up and describe.
Sure.
I wanted to put the why in there before.
Okay, thank you. To build off of Dr. Hinojosa, we have scheduled those 7 Saturdays. Those Saturdays will, and again, we're still refining this initiative, but at this point, we're looking at those timeframes to be between 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock. And again, it will be the same cohort of students and the same cohort of teachers working, with their, and I neglected to tell you the ratio is 12-to-1, so with their same 12 students. And we, again, think that those touch points have to be frequent, and you can see here that it's approximately every 1 Saturday a month that cohort of teachers will be working with their caseload of students. And the last session that we have there is March 28th, which leads us right into STAR testing. And then the last slide, I've just, you can see here that this is an approximation, but I've included personnel, curriculum and resources, our after-school programming, student experiences. We really would like to have student field experiences so that students can go out in the community. Many times, our students don't have an opportunity to leave their neighborhoods. So we wanted to provide those field experiences and tie that field experience to the experience that they've had in the classroom. And of course, we have transportation and food and nutrition. So we're looking at a little over $1 million to invest in students who we've identified as needing additional supports and services. And of course, this is something that I've already worked with Cecilia Oakley on so that we can evaluate this, have an evaluator on this initiative, and monitor it along the way throughout the year so we can see the impact that it's making and any tweaks that are needed. So with that, I'll address any questions.
Trustee Marshall.
First off, let me just say this is awesome. I'm thrilled that you guys are going down this path, and this is the kind of innovation and sort of pilot testing of ideas that we need to be doing. And see, obviously, I appreciate your last comment that we're going to make sure that it works and track the effectiveness of it, and hopefully learn from this summer and build on it for future summers. Two simple questions. One is I was thrilled to see that you're including 16 dyslexia teachers. Before seeing that on the slide, that was going to be my first question, since you're actually proactively identifying these kids based on the fact that they're not at grade level in reading. But I'm a little, number one, concerned about the number of teachers that are dyslexia trained. And secondly, I'm concerned about identifying and diagnosing students with dyslexia. So from my perspective, this seems like a prime opportunity to actually provide some diagnosticians at the program to identify those kids that are dyslexic, because we need to first know who they are before we can treat them. And you've got roughly 750 kids, if I understand it correctly, that are enrolling in the program.
Right.
So
Who are eligible.
okay, yeah. So if you assume 20% of, I think the national average is 20% of kids that have dyslexia. So 20% of 750 is 150 kids. You got 16 dyslexia teachers. That's a 9-to-1 average ratio for dyslexia. That ain't gonna work. You can't intervene with a dyslexic student with 8 other dyslexic students with the same teacher. So I would encourage you guys to up the number of dyslexia teachers and then add some diagnosticians so that you can identify those kids with dyslexia, because it stands to reason, since you're self-selecting these kids based on the fact that they're behind in reading, it's probably true that this population has an even higher percentage of kids that are dyslexic that we have not done a good job of identifying and working with.
And I appreciate the feedback. I put the 16 up there because those are 16 who we know have said, you know what, lock me in, we're going to participate. So that we have more dyslexia teachers, and so they will have an opportunity to show interest in helping. And then I did hear, and I have it written down, about looking at diagnosing students as they come in, so we will certainly.
Okay, cool. My second and last question is, are we including SPED kids?
Yeah, so the next step right now, I gave you the numbers of the students who we see that are just underperforming. The next step, I talked to you about the student profile, is to understand what their identification is, if they're special ed, if they're dyslexic, and kind of where are those deficiencies. So I'm sure that there are some who are special ed in there.
But once you identify them, you're not going to exclude them from the
No,
program. They're going to be able to participate.
Those are the students that we're targeting.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
Nice work, thanks.
Thank you.
Trustee Foreman.
Thanks, Pam. I've
Yes.
got just a few questions
course.
to try to get a better understanding. So we're focusing on African American and English language learning students?
Correct.
So I assume it's ELL. So how are those classes going to be broken out? Will they all be in the same class, or will they be broken out?
So if a student has been in a dual language classroom, they'll be in a dual language classroom. So we'll have gen ed and we'll have dual language.
And so we really don't know if it's going to be a 12-to-1 or not, based on
No.
that kind of information.
no,
Or do
it-
we do?
Well, what we're saying is we don't, in order for this to be impactful, just given the time that we have, we shouldn't have more than 12.
I'm just
No,
looking
I get
forward,
it.
because knowing the dynamics of the district, I
Right.
want to make sure that we don't have one class of students that has 20 and one class that has 6.
No, and I appreciate that, and we've talked as a team that we really want the ratio to be 1 to 12.
So I'd like to keep a focus on that, if you don't mind.
Of course.
As you go through it.
Yep.
Then the other question is the third graders.
Okay.
I would be interested in knowing how many of those third graders have gone through our pre-K program and that are not at the reading level, because that would be a real interest for me to try to get a better understanding of that,
Okay,
if you don't mind.
absolutely.
And then, so do we know what time the buses will be coming to pick up those students, so that the parents would have?
So I have the list of all the students, and Scott Lane is working with Stacy Hogue on just developing those routes. So I don't have the times for you now, but we're working on it.
So would it be from their home school?
We actually have done both the neighborhood and their homeschool. So she's looking at both of those. Do you have a recommendation of
Well,
what you think would be
I
best?
guess the preference would probably be the homeschool, because everybody would know how to get to the homeschool.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to do the neighborhood. For me, a neighborhood is big.
Okay.
So if you're talking about Bertie Alexander,
Mm-hmm.
that's not a small neighborhood. So the homeschool, to me, would probably be better. I really don't know, but I would look at that.
Okay.
And then another question that I have regarding the focus that you have is that there's nothing to indicate what we'll be doing for the rising ninth graders. They'll be in high school, and I'm just wondering what kind of program we're facilitating for the ninth graders, and maybe you can give me some information later on regarding that.
Yes, and I mean, if you would like, we could submit something in the board update as that, or after the curriculum has been developed. But like I said, Dr. Durant is working on the curriculum now, and really what the focus is to bridge gaps and also to provide some understanding of upcoming content, so to give kids exposure. But I can give you that
Okay,
once it's
that would be
developed.
good, just to have an understanding, because if they're not reading at grade in the ninth grade, that's a big issue.
Correct.
And how we're going to focus on that is a bigger issue.
Yes.
To be successful at that. And then I just was curious, there are 2 schools from my district on there for the ninth graders, and that's Brown and Atwell. And while I know Atwell has struggled, Brown has been doing relatively decent. So could you tell me, what did we use to identify the
Sure.
ninth graders?
Yeah, we looked at historical STAR data, so the last 2 years of STAR data, and we also looked at Terra Nova for those rising third graders, and we also looked at 2 years of ACP data.
All right. And then the last question. I think I heard you say that each one of the students would have a device. So the question is, where's that data going to go? Is the data going back to the schools? Are we sharing that data with anyone else? So that's a big question, and maybe Dr. Hinojosa can answer that for me, because I have some concerns about data. And I'm just wondering where that data will go, since we're giving devices to each one of the students.
Jack, if you'll come help us, that'll be just, from my understanding, it'll just be internal for internal use, but Jack, you may want to elaborate.
That's correct, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Trustee Foreman, so I'm not sure exactly which instructional applications we'll be using yet. I think that'll get defined further as we build out the curriculum. But we do expect that we'll be using the main district systems for tracking this information. So for example, We do intend to track attendance for the students during this program. We have an internal application. We won't be sharing data with anybody for that. I would expect that we'll be using our learning management system, which is, again, is an enterprise district-wide system. It is a hosted system, so that means that the data is stored, out in the cloud, but we're not exactly sharing data with third party or anybody else for this type of system. And again, I think as we define the curriculum, there may be additional instructional applications, and we would have to visit each one of those individually.
So a suggestion is that we've identified these children as being behind. I cannot understand why we would not be going directly to the principal with that data, so that the principal has a clear understanding of what's going on with those particular children, and if they need additional resources or help through the year, it would make sense to me to be able to share that data and be.
Absolutely. And Dr. Quinn is on the team, and so she has the list of all of the students who are here. And then I've also worked with Jolie Healy, because she has the other half of the schools. So, of course, the principals will definitely be involved and involved in getting those student profiles.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustee Mitchke.
Thank you. I'm really delighted that you're taking this initiative. I wish it could be bigger, but I understand the need to pilot test it first. So from what you're saying to us, this is going to be all Dallas ISD personnel in the program,
Correct.
right? And it'll be all Dallas ISD locations except for UNT.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's also a great location, too, for ninth graders to actually be in a college campus setting. So I commend you for doing that. There are summer loss programs that are part of the City of Dallas, City of Learning program. And how do we, work together with the summer, with the City of Learning, is that the right?
Right.
To make sure that we get as many of our kids as possible into high-quality programs.
So Sherry West is over that, and she's been working diligently with several, and I think she might be here, she may want to talk about it, but several entities to get them here in Dallas so that students have a portfolio of options. Oh, and there she is.
And while Sherry's also coming up, City of Learning is also very broad and voluntary, and while that may be a shotgun approach to helping kids, this is a very targeted rifle approach. These specific kids are behind in reading, and we need to get them caught up. Now, we do appreciate all the support City of Learning, so Sherry, you may want to add to that.
Okay. So over the last couple of years, we have worked to expand our programs across the city. So we have a multitude of things going on. In addition to the programs that we run immediately following the dismissal of students at the end of the year, where we have our programs for our students who are struggling to pass their state exams and also are in danger of failing. We have what you were talking about, the City of Dallas programs that are all across the city. We work with the Parks and Rec to have programs for the kids. We work with the Black Academy of Arts and Letters to have programs for kids. We have our chess camps, our athletic camps. So we have several things all across the district that are convenient to the locations where our kids are for them to have a multitude of programs over the summer.
Okay, thank you. One other question, and this relates to the voluntary nature of this program, right? That every student that we've identified has to have his or her parent volunteer to put them in the program. And do we have any sense of what kind of participation we'll actually get from the targeted students?
That's a great question. Tony, I'd like for you to come up, and Pam. Tony, if you have that collateral, we've been actually, a piece of this is marketing. And part of this is making sure that these parents know exactly what this is and know that this is going to help their students get to grade level and make it exciting. So Tony, if you and Pam can talk about some of the specific recruitment targeted marketing that we're doing to these families?
So as soon as we're ready to drop, we would do a direct mail piece to each of the families that we're asking to, inviting them. And so that it's an invitation, that it's an experience, a summer experience, an adventure that we're inviting them to attend and participate with us. And recognizing that we would do this later this month, that we would continue to connect with them via electronic as well as direct mail pieces to them so that we can keep them engaged and excited about coming, so that we have a budget set aside in terms of being able to send them different materials that will keep them engaged until they come to the program.
Okay, well, I'd refer to you on how you do the recruiting. I would just offer the suggestion that, one-on-one conversations with the current teacher and the parents, or the principal and the parents, would be a really effective way to do that. And the other thing that I would suggest is that we have some sort of waiting list or bench, if you will, so that these seem to me to be very potentially valuable slots, and I'd hate to see if we can't get 100% acceptance from the initial group that we've targeted, that we leave some of these slots empty.
Right.
So-
And thank you, Trustee Mishke. That is one of the things that we're doing, to be intentional with Jolie and Sharon Quinn. They're working with the principals to explain this initiative with them. Their principals are working with the teachers so that when teachers speak with parents, they can talk to them about the program and really encourage them to accept the invitation. So-
Okay, thank you. Really excited about this.
Trustee Henry.
First, I want to say thank you to the administration for coming up with this plan. Echo the sentiments of some of my colleagues. I think it's a great idea. I think I view it as another aspect of a racial equity initiative, so I appreciate that. I did have a few comments, and some of my colleagues already asked some of these questions, but when we talk about like the SEL activities, I've been talking to a lot of educators lately, and just really making that space sacred, where it's just truly the kids and the instructor, and not other folks coming in and out. So I wanted to communicate that to you all as well. In addition, just making sure that the values are in there. So I know each principal has a different culture or value system for their school, however they shape their school, making sure that that's kind of implemented into this program, so that when they go back to their home school, they're also more identifying with the culture and the values of the leader of that school and the whole school. So I know you're trying to make it just not an academic thing, but making sure we're having the academics, but also just the values, stuff like persistence and failing and trying again and all that type of soft skills that we know makes people successful. I think when we talked about it before, when you have the success, like you were talking about earlier, Dr. Hinojosa, and then you have the success of a program because people really just kind of study for what they're going to see, but then it doesn't persist the next semester. But if you also teach them, the soft skills on how to be successful, then whenever they come the next semester, in addition to staying with them like you are, it'll help them build these soft skills that are just good life skills to be successful. I know a lot of universities do that before people start, but just so the academics, but also emphasizing the soft skills, the values, especially if you can align it with the values of the schools. And then I think there's a lot of opportunity for partnerships, so I know where we are with that, but in the community, a summer program with kids that we know need to grow, I think that's a good opportunity for the district to partner with folks in the community and bring them in. I think especially the Super Saturdays, or however you defined it, and having folks come in. So I know you talked about people from communities going other places, not being outside of the community, but I also think it's a good time for people from outside of that community to then come into that community and see what our kids can do. If we support them. And I want to echo Trustee Foreman's, and I think you've already addressed this, but the Gen Ed versus the ELL, making sure there's balance. And we're not looking at disproportionate size classrooms like sometimes we see now at some of our comprehensive schools. And I think that's all my comments. We talked about this already, but I want to reemphasize just when the curriculum is being built in, making sure that it's also built with a racial equity lens, where we have females that are protagonists, people of color that are protagonists, and not historically what has been a protagonist, because we have this subset of African-American kids and ELL kids that need to see themselves in whatever this curriculum is. I think that's back again to the values and the soft skills that aren't reading and arithmetic, but I think gives them the confidence to go forth and do better. So those are my only questions that weren't answered by my other colleagues. But thank you again for doing this. I think it's an opportunity to be innovative and do something different. And I think when I express my frustrations with, our growth with African American kids, but not closing the gaps, I think these are things where we can really intentionally close a gap when we do stuff intentional in this way. So thanks again.
Trustee Pinkerton?
Thank you, Dr. Lear, for your presentation, and I want to echo what's been said about understanding the value of a targeted approach. We've certainly seen a lot of improvement through our ACE and ISN programs when we put extra resources to help our neediest kids, and so this feels like exactly that type of approach, and so I hope it's very successful. I was just wondering if you've thought a little bit about exactly how you'll measure the success of the program and what you would see as a baseline for if we do this well or better, we'll consider this a success.
Yes, and that's a great question. We have actually, we've worked with evaluation and assessment, and we have determined that we'll use running records, we'll use our DRA kits, we'll have a beginning of the program, and then we'll do the middle, and we'll have it at the end. But we'll also use those running records throughout the year, and we should see what the impact is. And I mean, for all of us, it was important that we had something quantifiable that we could actually measure to determine impact. I mean, we can all, say that it was good, but if we don't have a measure, then it's hard to really identify that there's an impact. So yes, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Blackburn?
Let me start with page 1.
Okay.
So I guess I'm wanting to know more about the qualifications or the parameters for the students that were selected, the 725 or so. What's the benchmark?
So we had multiple sets of data, and it included STAR data, it included Terra Nova, because rising third graders haven't taken STAR.
What was the
and
threshold for STAR?
if they were not proficient.
Okay.
So, or they weren't at approaching. So
Below approaching.
they had not met approaching,
Okay.
right.
And Terra Nova?
I'm sorry?
Terra Nova
The same. They had not reached proficiency.
and ACP?
The ACP is, Dr. Oakley and her team have worked to create thresholds that are similar to STAR, so the same thresholds were used.
So it seems that all of these 700 and plus students have not been able to be successful on either one of these types of tests or assessments.
And remember, we're only looking at reading. Correct. They have not demonstrated proficiency in reading.
So some of these students may have done well in writing or in math, although not in reading.
The only measure that we looked at, or the only content, was reading.
So it might be good to know if these students did well in math
And that's
Or-
part of the student profile.
or in other subjects to see how that compares. If you're doing well in the other subjects and for some reason not doing well in reading, there might be a problem that when you guys do your evaluation, you might want to do some comparison and not just look at the surface.
Right, and I agree, and that's why we'll have the student profiles.
So, Trustee Pinkerton talking about the evaluation. So, what will you evaluate? At the end, when Dr. Oakley's staff does evaluation,
Sure.
what will they look at?
And so, like I said, we discussed looking at using the reading record, and the reading record breaks down all the foundational pieces of reading, and so what we do is we see a baseline, and then at the end, we determine what the growth is. I can get that specific for you. I don't have that written down, but that's the measure that we'll use.
And Dr. Blackburn, since I study numbers, and my staff knows how I study numbers, what I'm gonna be looking is how much progress did we move these kids towards meeting grade level? That's, at all three of these, I'm gonna look at that myself as to,
Well-
at the end of the year, how much value did we add to these students?
And that's part of my notes also is comparing these students for whatever benchmark that you're looking at. How did they compare amongst themselves? How did they compare, this cohort group compared to their campus group of the students who did not participate? And even look at students across the district who did not participate, and how did they compare? My guess is Dr. Oakley's staff is going to do some type of comparison to justify if the program has been beneficial or not. But if we don't know what our outcomes are, then it's kind of hard to know if we've met them. And I don't see expected outcomes in this presentation. I mean, if the outcome is that we're going to have all the students pass the STAR, be at a STAR test, then, okay, that's a goal that you're looking for. But so far, unless I've missed it somewhere, I'm not sure what your goal is. Did I miss it?
Thank you.
Okay. So on page 2, I see the schools that you have listed here. And I think I heard that you didn't want to start too big and do too many, but what was the criteria for selecting these schools?
Again, we saw the data. We saw 2 student groups that were underperforming. They weren't performing the same as their peers. And so we took all of the data sets that I explained earlier, and we looked at schools that had high numbers of African American students and English learners who had not reached proficiency. And so we selected schools that met that criteria. Now, we didn't, this is a proof of concept, so we had to start small. So that was
In
really
addition,
the
when we first started, we had talked about this just to invite students who are not being successful. But then it'd be better if they were in the school is a unit of change, and if they happen to be concentrated in certain schools, why don't we start with those students? And then later they added the piece about the Saturdays and keeping them going. So part of it was an organizer, that we had a lot of students that were in this particular predicament, and they happened to be at certain schools, and that would help us move the needle, hopefully,
Okay.
by having them concentrated.
Well, I appreciate that. I am noticing that they are in certain parts of the district, certain parts of the city. And I am noticing also that we tend to be addressing students that have historically had a need. You will recall that almost every year, I remind the administration that the African-American students are at the bottom, every category, every grade level. And I've asked specifically, what are you going to do for the African-American students? Which is why we pushed for the African-American Success Initiative that we've disbanded. It was all to help the African-American students, but even then, there was concern that we can't do anything just for the African-American students, even though the African-American students are the ones that were not doing well. I even gave an example of when you have a tire flat on a car, you don't fix all the tires. You take care of the one tire that's flat. I'm glad you guys are starting to focus on the flat tire. I'm glad you're starting to focus on the flat tire. But let me go on a little bit past, get off that soapbox. On page 3, you talk about the locations. And speaking of flat tires, how will my students from Carr in West Dallas get to either O.M. Roberts or Thornton?
So and this was a long conversation as well, because, we looked to see the distance, from the location we selected and all of the schools. Carr is in West Dallas, and there is quite a distance. And so what we could have done was said, you know what, it's a proof of concept, so we're not going to have Carr in the group. But we felt very strongly that we wanted to have Carr. We wanted to have the students at Carr to have the opportunity. And so I think I have Carr at They will travel. I mean, I want
To
to
which
say,
school?
I think it's O.M. Roberts.
Okay.
So that's why we have 2 locations, because we couldn't just find one location for all 14 elementary schools. So we broke that to have 2 locations, but, you know, there was a lot of conversation around transportation, because we don't want students to be on the bus for a long time. Pinkston is about 11, 12 miles from UNT Dallas. So we could have said, well, that's a long way to travel, but we felt that it was important that the students at Pinkston have the opportunity. We actually talked to the principal as well. So I recognize that the distance isn't ideal, but we felt that the opportunity was, there was merit.
Yeah, I really think distance might be the barrier for some of our students getting there. So going back to what Trustee Mishke was alluded to earlier, talked about earlier, I think when you look at page 7, it sounds like you've talked to everybody except parents and students so far. So you put together a nice plan, but I have not heard that you talked to the people that's going to be actually using it, the customers. So I would suggest that you have a planned meeting very soon at each of the schools to talk to the parents, listen to their concerns, find out if they will have an appetite to allow their child to get on the bus and go across town. And if they don't have transportation, then in their mind, they're thinking, what if something happens to my child? How will I get to my child? And then also talk to them about the other children in the family. So we're pulling one child out of a family to go to a special program, but the other children, the parents still have to find care for them. The $1 million price tag is kind of big for about 725 or so students.
I think they're worth it.
I'm just simply saying, I've always thought that it was worth it for African-American students to have more money. I don't remember if you were here when I made the presentation to the board about the African-American Success Initiative. And we asked for $1 million then.
And Dr. Blackburn, we met last year when we started the Office of Racial Equity, and we met with you to ask, what are the things that we need to continue?
And I really do appreciate that.
Right,
I'm
and
simply
we've
going back to
continued
say,
those.
you say that the $1 million, the students are worth it. I'm simply going back in history to say it was worth it back then, and I'm glad you think it's worth it right now. It was not a negative.
Okay.
They were worth it back then. And I'm glad now you see that our African-American students are worth $1 million versus a $500,000
I always do.
5 years ago. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, trustees. I just have a couple quick questions. So on slide 7, Pam, on the student profiles created using multiple measures, is that in any way, like, is that like how does that relate to our personalized learning? Is it like the same thing? Is it completely different? What does that?
So I have a team that I'm working with, and we are determining which measures should be in that student profile. So each school now has a student profile for each student. They have goals for every single student. So we're working on pulling those together. I can't tell you that it's the student profile that the personalized learning schools use, but it's important for the teacher to know and understand those students in order, I mean, they only have 10 days in the summer, so as much information and data as they have, that they can have in order to individualize their learning.
No, I was just curious, just because I know that the personalized learning program does that. There could be some overlap. It could be
We can
something very
certainly-
similar. It could be leverage instead of rebuilding
like
the
it.
wheel. We could just, I don't know. It popped up when I saw that. I said, well, sounds like our personalized learning.
I will look into it.
So on the next slide, just real quick, on this building comprehension through cultural relevant texts and practices.
Yes.
So we have an Office of Racial Equity. Do they have any?
Absolutely. Leslie and his team this whole CAP initiative will fall under Office of Racial Equity. His team is working in collaboration with Yvonne's team on the whole curriculum piece and ensuring that there's culturally relevant text and practices that are happening.
Okay, great. I'm just curious. It just popped up that seemed to me like a good fit.
Yep.
And then last question, so just on the funding, are there any federal funds or grants or anything that we could use to leverage? It'd be great if there were.
No, part of it is, there is some set aside in this House Bill 3 for this particular type of initiative. It only deals with third grade students, I think, but we're taking it at a bigger level, so there may be some funds to offset it, but certainly we'll look at what else might augment it.
And Trustee Flores, one other thing, just with the budget, that's on the high side. That's if all kids come. So,
Follow up.
Just about the budget. Those funds are coming from where? The Office of Racial Equity? Or
these
those
would
general
be
funds?
general funds,
There'll be general funds?
correct. That we would, it would probably, the funding would probably go in the Office of Racial Equity, but it's not part of their current
Part of
funds.
their funding. So
And to more specifically answer your question, and we probably need some direction from the board on this, we're planning on doing this. We have to organize this now anyway. Part of it, we were going to use the new funds from the state. But kind of like you told us with the middle school initiative, that was so important, you wanted us to find the money if somehow the school finance thing falls apart and there is no new money. Is this something that is that important to the board that we do anyway? So we'd like some direction because we got to pull this off and start hiring people and notifying parents right away.
So, Pam?
Yep.
For me, I don't care where we get the money. I want to see it done.
Thank you.
Just as Dr. Blackburn has said earlier, you and I certainly have had this conversation, and I've had the conversation with the superintendent also, regarding the performance of African-American students. And it just appears to me, every time we talk about helping African-American students, there seems to be resistance from this board. And I will not sit here and be a part of this board and take that. We find money for everything else we want to find money for. This is important to many of us sitting around this table, and my expectation is that you move forward.
Thank you.
Trustee Blackburn, then Trustee Henry.
I think if you look at page 2, you have the number of students that have been identified for each location. If you could let us know the number of African-American students and the number of ELL students from each location, I would appreciate that.
Certainly.
And if you also could, going back to numbers, you were talking about the number of students that were below proficient at those schools. If we can get a number of students that are below proficient across the district
Of course.
as a comparison.
I can send that to you.
Thank you.
Trustee Henry.
I just wanted to add to Trustee Blackburn's point earlier about the meetings with the family. I hope you do that. If you do that, I
Yes.
think it's also an opportunity. The kids are there all day from breakfast to dinner. Find ways that we can engage our families. So I think when you go to those meetings, if you can ask the parents how we can better serve them and their children or help bridge that gap between the school, the family, and the child, I would use that opportunity to do that. And I think also if there's ways for the program to incorporate our families, I don't know if a parent's there during dinner or during, I don't know. But when you have those meetings, I would ask the parents and try to encourage actually the parents to join some part of that program, whether it's in the morning or the afternoon, whatever fits their schedule. But I think when you have those meetings that he recommended, you can capture that type of information.
Okay.
But really trying to get more families in the fold.
Thanks.
Okay, trustees, if there are no other questions, we will thank you very much, Pam.
Thanks.
We appreciate it. Very excited about this initiative. Next item is CTI updates and 2019-2020 teacher compensation. Dr. Hinojosa and team. team
Yeah,
of
Dr.
people
Wilson
who
will
all
be
got
come up and,
at the same time.
they've got all the experts come forward to lay this information out for you.
Good afternoon, trustees and superintendent. Thank you for this opportunity to present our recommendations for the continuous improvement of our TEI system. So this year, we've embarked on speaking with individuals, teachers, other interest groups. We've had focus groups where we've gained a lot of understanding from the teacher's perspective about what they consider areas of improvement as it relates to TEI. And so this afternoon, we're bringing our recommendations for the next several years and looking forward to your input and questions. Sorry, I'm catching up. So we identified 4 areas of concern through our focus group meetings, and these are the 4 areas that we are concentrating on this year moving forward. Continuous and ongoing review of the TEI appraisal tool and components to ensure transparency and equity. We'll describe what that means in action steps as we go through this presentation. We are recommending that we revise the distribution of teachers to recognize teacher growth and contribution to the improvement that the district has made as it relates to student outcomes. We also want to ensure that we conduct an annual review of compensation, of the compensation model structure to ensure market competitiveness and leverage strategic compensation for retention. And we want to ensure that we expand communication efforts to deepen system knowledge of all of our stakeholders. That has elevated as a concern from, without regard to the group we spoke with, that there were communication changes to the system that everyone really didn't, they were not aware of the changes, or they were not aware of improvements that have been made to the system across the board. So we'll go through and explain what these 4 areas look like in detail. So.
For the 2019-2020 school year, we are proposing a series of small adjustments that we believe will maintain the core of TEI, but improve the system as a whole. As we look at teacher performance, we will first introduce a revised teacher performance rubric that provides clarity and specificity and ensures continued alignment to district instructional priorities. Additionally, we'll double down, reinforce our focus on our TEI appraiser calibration and training to ensure fidelity to the system. 2, as we look at the student experience component, surveys versions like test versions evolve over time. And our student perception survey vendor has introduced a revised version based upon their annual validation process. And we propose shifting in the 1920 school year to this revised version. At the same time, we will implement a revised point distribution for teachers who receive the survey component. And then finally, in alignment with our district's philosophy on assessment and early learning, we will recommend suspending use of the kindergarten assessment of course performance, or ACP assessment, as well as the kindergarten norm referenced assessment for use in teacher evaluations in 2019-2020. As a result, the majority of our kindergarten teachers will shift from category B to D in that school year. For key lever 2, we're taking a look at our distribution of teachers, and I think it's well understood by this dais that since the 2014-2015 implementation of TEI, teachers receive an evaluation rating that's based on the existing target distribution. That's reflected in the top bar, where 60% of our teachers are proficient 1 or higher, and 20% become eligible for holding distinguished effectiveness levels according to system rules. For the current school year, for 2018-2019, we propose a shift of 5% from proficient 1 into that proficient 2 bucket. That increases our overall eligibility for those distinguished levels from 20 to 25%, or about 500 teachers. For the subsequent school year, for 2019-2020, we propose an additional shift by condensing the Proficient 3 into the exemplary evaluation rating bucket. This expands the number of teachers in our exemplary rating up to 800 and addresses stakeholder concerns about the number of levels that are in the system. Okay. Next, as we take a look at effectiveness levels, and as a reminder, teachers earn an evaluation rating that then informs an effectiveness level and compensation. Our first recommendation is that we allow effectiveness levels for teachers who may have been eligible to see a decrease in effectiveness level in 2019-2020 to remain frozen for one additional year. Additionally, for the 2020-2021 school year, so looking forward, we propose a series of adjustments that again widen that exemplary effectiveness level bucket. First, by eliminating the Proficient 3 effectiveness level into exemplary. We'll condense exemplary 1 and exemplary 2 effectiveness levels while grandfathering those with the exemplary 2 salaries. And we'll continue to work with school leadership to expand pathways to that master teacher effectiveness level and role in the district.
From the effectiveness level, teachers earn an associated compensation level, as you're aware, with the exception of the Progressing 1 bucket, which has been correlated to our new teacher hire schedule. Most of the other levels have remained unchanged throughout the years of the TEI system. For the 19-20, we propose shifting upward the compensation levels for Progressing 1 through Proficient 3, and the percent changes are listed on the right, anywhere from around a 3% up to almost an 8% increase. In subsequent years, we will continue to adjust the compensation levels annually to ensure market competitiveness rather than having them remain stagnant. In the initial TEI system design, teachers earn increases through changes in effectiveness level or changes to the compensation level. And each year, there's been various strategies that have been used to accomplish raises for those who have satisfactory performance. For the 2019-2020 year, we're proposing that teachers would receive the greater of the increase based on effectiveness level change, or or an increase in the compensation level of the level that they're in, or the 2 to 3% cost of living increase that the board would approve in their June budget.
If I could interrupt the team right now. Based upon my comments about the legislative situation, there may have to be some adjustments to this. We did our presentation before we knew about the Turner Amendment.
Yeah.
So there will be obviously some changes in this that have already been prepared for you. Thank you.
That's correct. And then under the current system that we're proposing, around 97% of all of our teachers would receive raises. And then, as Dr. Hinojosa said, as the legislation comes through and is finalized, all these numbers may change as a result of that final bill. Using an average of 2 methodologies, this table has the information where we projected the average increase for the employees that would move to those effectiveness levels. This is just a projection. The numbers in the brackets contain the actual number of employees that are predicted to move to that based on this level. The biggest change, if you'll look at the Proficient 1 to Proficient 2, is, again, as Susie mentioned earlier, is increasing that bucket by around 500 people. So there's a shift where an additional 500 people move up to that Proficient 2 level. This is our current proposed compensation scale for our new hire schedule. And again, as legislation change, this may also have to be adjusted. But as the law sits right now, these would be our new hire schedules, which would make us very competitive. What we're projecting the market will be without any legislative update or changes. 17.1 million has been allocated in TRE funds for the implementation of the TEI increases. That's based upon current system rules with no changes in compensation levels of the levels and no shifting of that distribution as well. What we're asking for is an additional $13 million to cover the increased cost of the additional distinguished teachers, the adjustments to the Progressing 1 through Proficient 3 compensation levels, board-approved increases for Progressing 2 or higher, as well as the adjustments to the new hire schedule based on market competitiveness for our teachers.
And then finally, as Dr. Wilson outlined, communication is one of our key strategies to ensure continued understanding and building that understanding for our teachers across the district. We'll continue to leverage our TEI experts, those are peer-to-peer supports, to partner with campus leaders to provide on-campus training in both informal and formal settings, particularly on system changes and improvements. Number two, we'll launch TEI-led deep dive training on system knowledge and how to use that teacher performance rubric to drive growth in the classroom. And then finally, we will expand again a peer-to-peer support we call DTR ambassadors to provide additional support throughout that DTR or Distinguished Teacher Review application process.
That concludes our presentation, and we're ready to entertain your questions. Thanks.
Okay, trustees, any questions? Trustee Foreman.
Look this way. First, Dr. Wilson, thank you for meeting with some of us to try to go through some of this. And so my questions will be limited, but because I've had some of them answered, but there's still questions
Sure.
regarding just the whole process of a forced distribution system, where no matter what, every year 3% of your teachers will be declared not performing well, based on they're just the bottom 3%, nothing else, but based on the bottom 3%, which I think is an unfair system to start with, and I've said that before, and I will not go away from that. So we talked a little bit about the rubric, the new rubric that we have. How many times have we changed the rubric that we've used for TEI?
This will be the third revision.
This will be, so almost every year we change the rubric.
And the current rubric is in its third year of use.
Okay. So this will be the third time that we've
Yes.
changed the rubric, and we started in 2014, and this is 2019. So almost every year we've almost changed the rubric. So do you understand what I'm saying? Because
I do.
What you're doing is you set a position, and then you move the ball. That's a concern.
Okay.
Because you set that expectation, and then you change. To the teachers, that should be something that would concern teachers. On the surveys, there's a revised student survey. Is that correct? So on the revised student survey, can we tell what the difference is from the current survey and what the revised survey is?
Yes, ma'am. We have a crosswalk between the two survey versions that I believe we've shared with some of the trustees, but we'll be sure to share again at whole, that shows whether an item was removed, changed, shifted slightly, outlines it very clearly.
Okay, 'cause I haven't seen that, so remember,
Okay.
I'm the one that does all the reading?
Yes, ma'am, we'll provide it for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm the one. I need to see that. Okay, and then the shift for the kindergarten teachers, because we're not doing ACPs anymore. So they're shifting from category B to category D. So in that shift, what changes for those teachers?
Sure. So they're held harmless. So we do have a system rule that averages prior and current year's evaluations. So first, we will not average. They will move into their scores from the 2019-2020 school year without that rule applied. In addition to that, their components shift a bit. They match essentially our pre-K teachers in evaluation, where 80% is teacher performance, 10% is the student learning objective, and 10% is that school star measure.
Okay, and so how will we roll that out to those teachers and make them well aware? Again, we're shifting the ball.
Right, that's part of the communication effort that we know we have not done a very good job in communicating changes out. But I think the kindergarten teachers have voiced their concern about being included in the previous category, and that they'll be happy to hear this news, but we'll be intentional about how we communicate to every kindergarten teacher.
That would be important, not just waiting on a campus level person to communicate that. I think it's important that your office communicates that to the
Yes, ma'am.
to the teachers, if you don't mind. And then, how many DTR teachers do we have?
About 2,100 current active DTR teachers in the district
2,100 going through a DTR process?
that have earned a DTR Distinguished Effectiveness Level,
Okay,
yes,
so they're
ma'am.
going through the process, and that's for, is that for 2 years or just 1 year?
That are currently holding a Distinguished Effectiveness Level.
So would that be for 1 year that they would hold it, or for 2 years?
So in effect, that's essentially ties into our rules for effectiveness levels. A teacher can hold over an effectiveness level essentially up to 5 times.
So maybe I'm missing it. Do they have to requalify every year?
No, ma'am. That's one of the misunderstandings about the system that we've had, over the years. And also one of the things that we heard during our focus groups is that teachers did not understand that they do not have to apply every year.
Okay.
So that is a change that was made, and we just need to communicate that to
So they can hold
people.
that up to
They can
5
hold,
years.
yes, ma'am.
And then they would be under which effectiveness level?
As a proficient 2 and higher is
Proficient 2
considered
and higher?
distinguished.
Okay. And then, my last question for now is, a lot of times we have really outstanding teachers coming from other districts that apply. And we've not been able to hire those teachers because of our salary scale. Have we taken that into consideration as we roll out this new salary scale?
Yes, ma'am. Based on, I think actually it was feedback directly from you, is to, we'll keep the clause in our handbook that says anybody over 10 years that the HCM and Compensation Department has the ability to negotiate to match the salary that they're coming in. So we'll be able to attract those experienced teachers like that. Yes, ma'am.
And the only reason I say that is when you make this presentation, you've got a salary schedule for new hires, which doesn't actually speak to teachers who are maybe coming from another district or, have experience, because I think of new hires as newly to the field.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that we have that in place.
Yeah, and we'll clarify that when we have our compensation handbook come to the board in June. We'll make sure that's updated in there.
Thank you very much.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Pinkerton.
All right, thanks. Well, thank you for the update, and thank you for sharing this with us in a setting where we could ask a lot of questions. And I can tell you that the kindergarten teachers are going to be really happy. I do agree that we should have a formal announcement, but I imagine news will spread like wildfire. All right. I just, what I note from this is you're continuing to try to make adjustments to the system to make it work, right? Adding other categories, grandfathering, freezing, making modifications to the system. And I keep coming back to what I've been saying for the last 3 years, which is you can do pay for performance. There's a way to do it. There's a best practice out there, and TEI is not it. And we keep trying to tweak it and tamper it to make it fit. But where we really need to go, and what I think our teachers deserve, is a best practice system. And so, I would hope that my colleagues on the board would be open-minded enough to look at the differences between this system and what a best practice system looks like, something that would continue to help us have a rigorous evaluation of our teachers and strong accountability for them, but that would compensate them in a way that's sustainable to the district. I noticed you're asking for $30 million in compensation increases, and I have no problem with increasing compensation for our educators, but this is even higher than what was budgeted when we talked about the TRE last year. We looked at our long-range 5-year plan for the total compensation for all employees across the district. So it's obviously costing a lot more to try to bring this system up to where it needs to be competitive in the marketplace. You still have issues around market competitiveness when we look at not averages, but the range of salaries that teachers are making and what other districts are offering versus what the majority of our educators can make. You have problems with the target distribution. Best practice system would define in advance individualized goals for teachers to try to achieve, and if they achieve, they would have a clear understanding from the beginning of what the rewards would be, right? What the merit pay would be. And we're not doing that. Trustee Foreman is right, that we're moving the bar every year, and teachers begin the year not really knowing what it is that they have to accomplish. So I'm just going to call for your continued work and this board's continued support for bringing the system to a place that it's really aligned with best practice in terms of performance management and compensation. Okay, thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Okay, well, thank you, really appreciate it. Moving on to the next item, D, Dallas ISD Pay Systems Review Board Report.
Dr. Wilson will introduce Cindy Clegg, our consultant, who's bringing us another update and modification.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hinojosa. Thank you, trustees, for again entertaining our recommendations as it relates to total compensation package across the district. Earlier this year, you helped us identify and supported the recommendations that we brought forward for 10,000 employees under operations and business. This is the remaining 10,000 employees across the district that we're making recommended changes to the compensation model. And we have Cindy Clegg from, she needs no introduction. She's been before you a number of times, and she's going to present our recommendations. Off you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So let me proceed by saying, subject to the Turner Amendment being changed, which would undo all of our work that's been going on since November. But I'm here today to talk to you about, so in March, we talked about the operations group. Some of the issues, many of the issues we found with those groups were also found with some of the other groups. There are 10 different pay groups other than the teacher's TEI plan. 4 of them I brought to you in the operations division last month. And so I'm going to focus on the others and what we found and what we are recommending. I do want to say we are still working out details. We're at a point where we have, I think, good, solid foundational structures built and enough job placement determinations and market pricing to give you a solid budget estimate. But there are still final details that need to be worked out about job titles down at the granular level, job placement, especially in the central staff group, that are going to take some more time. A little bit of just review about the process. There's actually about 11,000 people included in the models that I'm sharing with you today. We downloaded last November a database of all those over 11,000 people in these 10 pay groups, and that is the database used in modeling what the cost of these recommendations would be and what effect changes would have on current staff. We came in, me and several colleagues, in January and February and had site interviews with over 60 department heads and managers. We sat down, we looked at their organization charts, we went through what job roles and responsibilities and reporting relationships were to get an accurate understanding of what people actually do. We did a lot of market pricing. We've benchmarked over 150 titles, and some of that will still be ongoing as we get down into a more granular level. We use school district surveys, large districts in the area, but mostly for the non-school jobs, which a lot of these are, we use 2 third-party surveys of Dallas area employers to try to do benchmarking and matching. So a lot of what this is about is building infrastructure, fixing equity issues, And so just to start with the principal findings, most of the staff, I'm very happy to say, most of the staff in Dallas ISD, you can feel confident, are paid competitively. There are exceptions to that, but on average, averages can be misleading, of course, but on average, all of the groups, the 10 pay groups we talked about, were above market on average. The two exceptions were the technical group and central staff were a little below. So that was the first thing. Most staff were paid competitively. As I talked to you about in March, the same issue we found with operations, the range spreads, the way your ranges have been set up in the system are simply too wide. And when you have range spreads that are too wide, you lose market control. So the low end is too low, the high, I wouldn't say too high, but the lows are too low, the highs are too high. That was one of the big issues that I heard in the interviews, particularly in lower grade level jobs, difficulties with recruiting and retention. The other issue is that pay advancement is too slow. And again, that's a function of the range spreads are too wide and the way pay raises have been given as a percent of salary has caused advancement to be too slow. One example I would give you here is that IT support technicians, just to explain what I'm talking about. IT support technicians have had like a 35% turnover rate in the last year, really a pretty devastating turnover. The way the system is set up now, if you gave a 2% cost of living increase based on personal pay, those at the top would get a $957 increase. Those at the bottom, the low end, would get a $638 increase. So that's what I'm talking about when I say pay advancement is too slow, entry pay is too low. The job titles have also been an issue. There were attempts years ago to compress all the job titles into some generic levels, and so job titles have driven pay determinations more than market pricing in some cases. And then there are exceptions. There are several positions that are too low, some as few as much as like 20% below market. So our attempts have been to address those issues, rebuild the infrastructure, set ranges properly. And what I'm going to do is kind of go through the groups and try to give you a sense of what changes we have made structurally in the system that are driving the cost estimates. The first and biggest group, of course, is the instructional support professionals. The biggest thing with that group is that we adjusted the pay range for the teachers not on TEI, itinerant teachers, to align with teacher starting pay. So those teachers would be brought in, their starting rate, so teachers are now at what, 52, I believe, and their starting rate was like 50, just slightly over 50. So we've elevated them up to where teachers who are brought into the district will not be brought in below other teachers at a hiring level. That drove a lot of the cost. And one of the things that I mentioned back in March is when you have to improve low-end rates, which happens if you don't set ranges and adjust them often enough, when you have to make a dramatic improvement in the low end of a pay scale, if you don't make some adjustments for experienced people, you're going to have compression issues. You're going to have new hires and people who have been on the job being too compressed in pay. So raising these low-end levels has caused added adjustments to be necessary. So all of these jobs, we consolidated and classified them in a 6-level pay structure with market-priced pay ranges. They were before all on one range level. We also included counselors who had their own separate plan, media specialists who had been in central staff group, high school ROTC instructors, and therapists, PTs and OTs. For campus administrators, a big recommendation here is to reduce the number of stipends paid. There's a lot of administrative stipends. One of them is paid for administrative experience, which is redundant because that is already built into job qualifications and pay ranges. So we're recommending discontinuing stipends for administrative experience, reducing the stipends that are paid for campus size from 15 categories down to 4, really only large campuses. Right now, every campus, even the smallest, gets a campus-size stipend. We rolled all these discontinued stipends into base pay. That, for the campus-size stipend, we use the average stipend paid to roll in so that nobody would lose any money or be harmed in any way by this. We also updated the PEI pay scales to align the proficient rates with current market pay for campus administrators. That scale had slipped below current market benchmarks. We distinguished pay ranges for magnet schools from traditional schools to recognize those differences. And we retained all the stipends that are paid for the ACE and Tier 1 campuses. For the technical group, this was a group that was probably furthest below market as a group. We rebuilt that pay structure with 10 pay range levels. There were technology jobs kind of scattered in different plans. We moved some of those from central staff. And a big thing here was using more standard technology job titles. I think that will help with recruiting and also market pricing if the technical group uses more industry standard titles. And of course, compressing the range spread to improve entry-level pay. Then central staff, actually, central staff probably needed the least amount of work. The pay grade levels, it's a 14-level pay grade structure, which fit very well with market pricing. So we maintain the same 14-level pay grades. We compressed the pay ranges and updated them slightly. Not a lot of change was required there. The big thing that I said we're still working on is job titling, trying to use more clear and accurate job titles and use industry standard titles wherever possible. That will be ongoing for the next couple of months, ironing out those details, but nothing that should affect costs in any significant way. The paraprofessionals, this was actually the most competitively paid group of all the pay groups. We consolidated all of the paraprofessional jobs, including media assistants, community liaison, into this one pay group. We extended the pay grades from 3 to 5, made sure everybody was in an updated pay range. Again, compressing ranges and placing jobs correctly. Another thing in this group we did was to upgrade the teaching assistants for the physically handicapped and specialized unit. Currently, every teaching assistant position is all at the same pay range level, and so we upgraded those. The office support group, this was, again, getting down to the job level. We consolidated all of the administrative assistant jobs in the same plan. We worked to reinstate, it used to be that administrative executive assistants were classified by reporting level. That had gotten muddled during the year, that's a good word. So we are reinstating that. We rebuilt that ranges to update the pay ranges and reduce. That was a group that actually had more grade levels than were necessary. So we actually reduced those from 13 to 11, although on an individual job basis, the pay ranges are actually higher. And again, the compression to improve starting pay. And then operations, which we've already, so all of the operations groups that we talked about in March that got the special adjustments, those were adjusted for the cost of living increase that we're going to recommend for everybody. But transportation was not included in that first review. So we incorporated the transportation jobs into this new model. And we applied the same adjustments to the transportation employees who were too low as we did the other group. So if they were below the minimum of their pay range and the general increase was not enough, we added what was necessary to bring them up to minimum, and then we applied the compression adjustments for experience. And that applied pretty much to the MPV drivers, and the mechanics were affected by that. We are also still working on updating job titles in accordance with the new org charts. So for implementation of these structures for next year, what we have modeled is an equal rate increase. Again, everybody would, at the same job level, will get an equal daily rate or hourly rate increase. That was 2% applied to each grade level midpoint. And then after that, if employees are still below minimum, we add adjustments to bring them up to the minimum rate. And then what I'm calling compression adjustments, adding adjustments for experience to people who are below the midpoint or below market value based on their years in the job. And that's to relieve the compression issue. So this last slide shows you, the graph shows you how the general revenue funds for pay increases and benefits are distributed across the different pay groups. On the right side is the total cost estimate. So $24 million from general operating, $686,000 from special revenue, gives a total estimate of $25.3 million. That does include benefit expenses, and it represents almost a 5%, 4.9% cost increase, growth in increase. And with that, I will entertain any questions I may answer.
Trustees, Trustee Foreman.
Just a few questions. I'm a little confused. When you came before us before, we talked about raising some employees, which were not teachers. So are we talking about, because this is about 11,000 employees, so is this an additional raise for those employees that we've already raised?
Well, so before you adjusted the employees who were just in maintenance, food service, construction, and police. Those employees would get just the general pay increase, no added adjustments, but the 2% cost of living, they would get that.
So
for
we
next
just
year.
adjusted them, and you're asking us to adjust them again with the 2% increase. I'm just trying
Yes.
to understand, because for me, it's not making a lot of sense when you talk about a pay increase for 11,000 employees, and then you've got the other about 9,000 teachers. So you're talking about an additional pay increase for some of the people we just voted to increase their salary.
Yes, but it's a small cost of living increase to apply for
I'm
next school year.
I'm just saying
Yes.
that you're asking for, Dr. Wilson, a second increase.
I think the first increase is to bring them to
I
market.
got that
And
part.
the second is for
I got
future
that.
cost of living.
I
I mean, I just want to be clear. I don't want to.
I got that.
I don't want my staff to be confused.
I got that. I'm not confused.
I don't want my staff to be
They're not,
confused.
because I'm clear,
But-
and I speak clearly.
Trustee,
I asked the question.
not everybody in that group, we really were shoring up the people very low in the range. Those were corrective increases because they were so low. Everybody did not get adjusted.
Okay, and so
in
we're
March.
also doing corrective increases out of this 11,000.
Correct.
Correct. And then we're also talking about an additional 2% over those corrective increases. Is that correct?
Well, the 2% is applied, everybody gets the 2%.
So it's real easy. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the other thing that I would ask is that have we done any kind of study to look at the employees that we have, like an efficiency study to make sure that we've got people in the right place and they're doing that job? Have we got too many people in one place? Have we done any kind of efficiency study that mirrors these increases that we're asking for?
No, that was not part, this was just looking at pay.
So do we contemplate that?
We can certainly look at it. I mean, we would have to look at the research and look at the models and who can do that type of work, but we'd be interested in
So-
doing that.
So the total overall amount that you're asking for these increases?
25 million.
25 million, and that includes the adjusting them and the 2%.
Yes, that's
So we're
everything.
asking for 25
And-
million in a one-year SWAT,
Yes.
and 30 million for the teachers. Was that 30 million?
It's 13 for the teachers. It's
Was it 30? I thought it was
the
30.
13 additional. So 17 million was already
it's-
budgeted. So
so
if
what-
you include both of them, yes, it's 30.
So that's 30 million.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're talking about 50 million in one fatal swoop.
Yes, ma'am.
But we haven't talked about looking at the efficiencies. I would just suggest that we talk about efficiencies also. I am not against raises, but I am against talking about a $50 million SWAT without really understanding where we are
Yes,
in
ma'am.
terms of the efficiencies. Then the other question I have is that the teachers that you wanted to raise that were below the TEI, do we know how many that is?
We have the number. These are,
We just don't have them with you right now.
I think it's a couple hundred, but I'll get the number and firm it up for you.
Yeah, can you get that for me?
Absolutely.
Because I'd like to know exactly how much that's gonna, just a breakdown of the cost.
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's a breakdown of the cost in terms of, and I see this breakdown for general revenue funds. It's on, I can't tell the page. It's like the
It's on
last
page 10.
Last page of the presentation. And I would assume that's how much it's gonna cost us. Okay.
yes, ma'am.
So if we could go back in and put those additional adjustments in that we originally talked about, and I think the board voted yes on,
Yes.
put those in so I get a clear picture of what we're talking about in terms of revenue for each one of the specific areas, I would appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. We're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Trustee Marshall.
So thanks for the presentation, and more importantly, thanks for this report. It's pretty difficult in this kind of environment to go through the level of granularity that's in here, so I appreciate you guys sending this, and also Cynthia, you and your team for spending some time talking with me offline about these recommendations. Since I've been on the board, we haven't done a market comp adjustment, and, you know, it's pretty standard business practice to do that with some regularity. It's, you know, frankly disappointing that we haven't done it until now, but I'm happy that we are doing it, and, you know, we absolutely need to be competitive at every level for every position in the district with our peers in North Texas and beyond. You know, I do think that I don't want to lose sight of the fact that I, for one, would like all of our compensation plans to be tied to performance, not just the market. And while we're prudent in doing a market adjustment, we also need to recognize that we're holding principals and teachers to a higher performance level by designing their evaluation, professional development, and compensation plans to recognize that some people are better at the job than others. To me, we ought to be able to do that for everyone from the janitor to the office manager to everybody within the district. And I hope that just by taking a look at market adjustments, we're not losing sight of that long-term objective. I recognize that it will take some steps to get there, but I hope that we're continuing to push in that direction. The other comment that I will make, just to reiterate what I told you guys and your team in private, is that I believe we have a serious problem with principal compensation right now, and I know that you're getting rid of the stipend for longevity, but what we talked about doing, which I hope is included when we see the compensation handbook in June, is recognizing that right now we have created a perverse economic incentive for our best principals at elementary schools to leave those elementary schools. And that's because the only way you make more money as a high-performing elementary school principal is to go be a principal at a middle school or at high school. And while I recognize that those jobs, particularly high school principals, are more demanding in the sense that there's more extracurricular and sporting events that you go to, and so you spend more time and weekends and whatnot on the job, it is very, very disruptive when we have a high-performing elementary school principal leave that school. And so I, for one, would like to make sure that we have an incentive for our best-performing elementary school principals to stay at the elementary school that they are at, and that we recognize that if you meet a certain PEI performance level, that you can, over time, you know, after 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, whatever it is, continue to go up the pay scale, so that you're not provided that economic incentive to go be a high school principal. Because I've seen that time and time again be very disruptive. And I think we're creating that problem, so we should try to solve it with compensation design. But thanks for your work.
Thank you for your input in that area, and we're working with school leadership to ensure that we're on the same page about the steps we want to take and the recommendations we'll make in the comp manual.
Great, thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Blackman, go ahead.
If you could go to page 3. In the middle of the page, you talked about discontinuing some stipends and roll it into the base salary. But I think I heard that you were going to roll in the midpoint average amount to all of the principals, all of the campus administrators. Did I hear that right?
Well,
For instance, if the midpoint is, let's say, $3,000, everybody gets $3,000, whether you were getting 5,000 or 6,000, or whether you was getting only 1,000. Everybody's gonna get the same dollar amount.
The administrative experience stipends were rolled in person by person, the exact amount they got. The campus size stipends were the average paid campus size stipend was rolled in.
So in the third bullet, what stipends is that referring to?
Both.
Okay.
So the campus size was the average, the administrative experience was the actual.
So I guess I'm asking, will everybody get the same dollar amount?
Then that's my question, Robert. Aren't our principals paid on PEI? Don't they get differentiated pay for performance?
Yeah, they do get differentiated pay based on the performance for their campus. Some of the stipends had some varying amounts, and when we look at that, it puts the principals at a disadvantage because they could move from a smaller campus to a bigger, or bigger to a smaller. So our goal is to try to incorporate that into our market values for our principal salaries based off of PEI.
Well, I guess I'm thinking from a more equitable standpoint. If in the past I've gotten a $10,000 combined, however you add it up, I got $10,000 stipend for that year. And if you're gonna use a midpoint, and everybody's gonna get that midpoint amount, and that midpoint amount is 5,000, then I've lost $5,000. Or if I was at a $1,000 or $2,000 stipend amount, I gained $2,000 or $3,000.
Yeah, and we'll work with school leadership as well, but we'll go through each one individual to look at their total comp for this year versus the comp they would receive under the proposed plan for next year, and we'll address those on a one-on-one basis, though.
So you understand when you give just the equal amount, it's no problem, it will not be equitable. And that's gonna have some principals concerned that they actually got a pay cut because of this. And going to page 4, I believe, is where we talked about technology, technical people. I recall just a few years ago that we increased the salaries for the technical people, about 2 or 3 years ago. Anybody kind of sort of remember that? Was it in anybody's?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was an
everybody
increase. I
new?
want to say it was around 3 years ago. And I think, obviously, we had some years where there was no central staff increases, which included those technical staffs. We've fallen a little bit behind market. And
Well, let me ask this. When I'm hearing technical, I'm talking about this guy's people. Is that not?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're talking about your people. Just 2 or 3 years ago, we did a study and we increased their salaries.
But their
They're still low.
But their salaries have now fallen below market because we haven't had increases prior to last year. There were several years when no one received increases, and the IT market continues to be one of the highest paid, in business and industry that's not school-related. So it's difficult for us to have to try to recruit the best and the brightest when our pay categories are so much further below the industry than anybody else.
So what other industries that you use as a comparison, or job titles in other industries that you use?
Most of them were Dallas area employers from 2 different surveys. There's a few school-specific jobs like PEAMS, but the vast majority of them were from Dallas area employers.
And those surveys were done by who?
Well, there's 2. One of them is called Economic Research Institute, and the other one is payscale.com. They're very large, reputable
I'm sorry,
surveys.
Economical?
Economic Research Institute.
Okay. I'd like to see those reports, if you don't mind, both of them. Sure. It's just that, Dr. Hinojosa, I'm just gonna put this out here, and Trustee Foreman has already alluded to it. We're talking about $30 million added to the budget for next year's budget for TEI. And looking back, we're talking about at least $6.6 million for the Career Institute. We talked about at least $5.2 million for operations salary increases, and there may be some others. And we haven't talked about the possible increase for PEI and API and even a few others. While I agree that employees deserve a raise, I also caution you to be careful that we do not go back to 2008. October of 2008 was very uncomfortable. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, any other questions? Trustee Foreman, new question.
So what I'd like to see is that it looks like we didn't do a lot of comparing to other school districts, and that's who we're in a lot of competition with. So I'd like to see some comparative school districts, particularly in this area and what they're paying in some of these areas, along with, if you would, currently what we're paying and then what we're talking about moving up to, because that's not in the report. So to give me a better idea and an understanding of where we are and where we're talking about going and what that delta is, to be able to understand that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, and also,
For this month or
This will come through the budget process.
budget process?
So you give me some time.
And in the budget process, we'll see all of the increases for all of these initiatives and
Yes, sir. Dr. Blackburn, my intention was, we had gotten permission through the TRE to have a deficit budget and to fund our strategic initiatives, including compensation. Our goal is to bring you a balanced budget so we can actually extend, but all that will be contingent on any new revenue from the state. So I get your point quite clearly, and we will have a balanced budget. That's certainly my intent.
thank you.
okay, thank you, trustees. I just have a couple. One, we have the report, the executive summary on our desks. And so Dr. Blackburn asked a question about the principals. So on page 7, Lou, there's a nice little chart on that. I was looking at page 4 where we say, so our instructional support professionals are at 100%, 105% of the average market comparison. Our campus administrators, including stipends, are at 109% of the market. Technical staff, as you pointed out, we're at 91%, again, because IT people are, well paid. Our central staff is at 95% of the market, and so that's on page 4 of our report. So as you said in your very first slide, looks like most of our staff are paid competitively, some maybe not so, but we really appreciate your report and your work on this and your recommendations. So thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda. The budget assumptions, 2019-2020 budget assumptions.
I'd like to officially welcome our official chief He's no longer acting like a chief financial officer, he is the chief financial officer. Dwayne Thompson, to lead us through the budget assumptions.
So does that mean that he's no longer in the acting Thunderdome? Now he's in the real Thunderdome?
I'm in the real thing,
Y'all
thank
can
you.
have at it.
Well, good afternoon. I'll quickly run through these slides. What I wanted to do, first of all, is just go through where we are this fiscal year, just in general terms, so you can see that. So the first slide is on our revenue to date. We're tracking very well, not only to the budget, but in comparison to previous years. So currently through, and this is as of the end of February, we're 90% collected in what we estimated our budget to be as far as revenue goes, so that's tracking very well. The next slide is related to the various costs, and we're currently at 61.7% of our budget expended to date through February. The one thing I would point out to you on line 2, which is contracted services at 13%, that is where the $65 million of recapture is scheduled to be paid out at a later date. So you can see that line item is fairly large there. The next page is breaking that down into the various categories. And so you can see instructional related is 58% of the budget. But keep in mind that 4% of our overall budget is, again, in recapture, so that kind of skews all the percentages. And as you progress down there, for instance, you'll see the various areas where administrative support, 3%, debt service there is 0.7. So just a breakdown even further of the various components of this current year budget and where we are. But now we get into the assumptions for next year, and as you can imagine, this is a fairly fluid process. So what we've done to this point is the budget is being developed on a 7% increase in taxable values. Our student enrollment is projected to be 153,333, which is a decrease of 1,700 students. Excuse me, 786. We're maintaining the tax rate at $1.17. And more importantly, in our projections at this point is to use the current funding formula. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion at the Capitol about a wide range of changes, but at this point, nothing has happened. So we're contemplating various changes, running scenarios, answering questions at the Capitol level as to impact and so forth. But at this moment, they have not put anything in play. They've approved items, but nothing to the point that it changes anything for next year yet. So what we're in the process of doing is we're establishing this budget, and hopefully the board would understand, we're establishing this budget under the current funding formula, and then we're going to have to quickly adjust once the legislative session is over if there's changes that change the funding formula. So that may be as late as June. But given the time frame when we have to submit our information for the briefing for May, they may not be, if they go to conference committee, they may not be out of the conference committee yet. There may not be that answer. And so we will have to progressively change the budget as we go to be able to make allowances for those variations that they may or may not approve, some of which are have been taken out, maybe added back, and others changed. Excuse me. The other thing that is for us to continue is funding our district initiatives. That was part of the TRE, so you can see those 4 items that are there. The next 2 items you've already heard about, and I had, when we submitted this, the FAME is the middle school initiative, is now called Achieving in the Middle. So it's the artist formerly known as FAME, but you have the career institutes and FAME, and those are going to be built into the budget. And as we talked about today, CAP will be built into the budget as we progress moving forward. There will be other items, for instance, what we just talked about on the TEI and the other TASB study may be contingent, obviously, on additional funding. But there will be pieces of what we've been discussing of new initiatives built into the budgets that you will see as we progress on. So legislatively, and I know you've heard about this, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but just to reiterate the things that the commission proposed, the majority of these were in the House bill. Some of them got removed. There was also substitutes, as we've heard, as they progressed through there. But basically, the cost of education index has been eliminated. The allocations for gifted and talented and high school allotment excuse me, are being eliminated, but all those are being rolled into the basic allotment. Then there's additional additions for the various things there. The one that isn't in the House proposal is third grade outcomes. Yes, sir? Okay, that is not in there. And so that may be coming back in the Senate plan because they have an interest in that, and we'll see if that materializes. So we're monitoring each of these very carefully. The biggest debate or the biggest conversation that's been had right now is the increased allocation on the concentration of poverty and how they're going to do that. They're talking about census data, and originally when they did the original run for how much districts would get, it was based on where the campus was located, not where the students were. The law says specifically, or the proposed law says specifically where the students live, and so the debate is how are they going to get that information when most school districts don't have the census data in that format. We do, and so we can readily have that information available and know exactly where those levels are, and based on the 5 criteria of concentration poverty, we already have that information, but other school districts do not. So the commissioner is trying to figure out how that will materialize, and so maybe in the first year they may have almost like a 2-year implementation. For next year it'll be a certain level, and then once they get the data it'll be next, but we'll be able to provide as a district all that information at the very beginning. So just kind of as a brief overview on looking at the current projections for next year, again with the 7% increase, we're looking at an increase in the taxes. State revenue will go down for 2 reasons. We're obviously estimating fewer students, but also the per capita fluctuates up and down every year, and so we're anticipating that. But one thing you will notice, and it will continue to be the case as long as we're up either at recapture or close, that our local revenue will always be the largest percentage of our collections. No matter what they're doing at the Capitol, which currently is proposing to reduce our recapture, the revenue portion will still be in the high 80s in relation to local revenue over state revenue. And then, as I identified, we have the district initiatives that we're proposing to do, so that would be taken from the amount that we're anticipating in excess of 1920. That concludes my brief report. I just wanted to reiterate that I have done 2 forums and communities, and we are in the process of doing an online survey so people would have some input into the various factors should we get some additional resources from the state. And that I just want to reiterate one more time that this being such a fluid year, not only is it a legislative session, which is somewhat normal on a biennium, it is that they're completely revamping or proposing to revamp the funding, and so everything's changing as how it's calculated. There is no template that anyone can utilize, and so you're in the process of trying to calculate every single thing based on what you believe the intent of the proposed legislation is. And one of the difficult things is obviously we have a House bill that has a lot of detail, and we have a Senate bill that really has none. If you look at theirs as empty blanks, and so when people are saying, well, are you going to, what's the impact of the Senate bill? It's very difficult to anticipate that because they don't have any information for you to be able to say, well, we would be able to generate this off this category of student or whatever. And so, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that there will be a lot of changes if there is a significant change to the funding formula moving forward.
Okay, so no different than every single time we do this every other year when the legislature is meeting, right?
Except that everything potentially could change. I mean, right, in typical years, you're wondering if there's going to be a change to the basic allotment and so forth and so on, but you pretty much know the components. Right now, we do not know all of the components in great detail, and obviously, we're trying to get clarification on some of the amendments to make sure that we're accurately estimating those as we plan for that, and one of those would be the Turner bill.
Okay, so Trustee Marshall, and then Trustee Foreman, and then Trustee Pinkerton.
So help me understand what I'm looking at on page 8. The second column of the projection with column B, is that the current, is that assuming HB3?
No, that is a current formula.
So that's what, okay, so that's assuming nothing.
That's correct, yes, sir. This whole presentation in relation to 1920 is all about the current formula and those variables.
Okay, so we're going to have a 30 sorry, Dino's yelling at me behind
Yes,
you.
sir.
We're going to have a $38 million surplus over 2018, even if nothing happens in the
Yes, sir, and
legislature.
that's what, through the TRE, that's what we were going to utilize for those initiatives.
Okay, and these numbers, the 38 million presupposes our current recapture payment as well.
The new one, yes, sir, which is almost 200 million.
Right.
For 1920.
Okay, and the latest runs that I've seen on HB3 have our recapture payment, if HB3 were to pass as is, decreasing by 175 million.
It would decrease, yes, sir. So it'd be closer to $9 million of a recapture.
And then also incremental M&O funding of 114 million.
Actually, it's the net between, because we're going to lose local tax, because we're going to have a compressed tax rate going from $1.17 down to $1.09. So we're going to lose local taxes, and that will net against the decrease in recapture, which comes to the 114 million.
Well, I get
Those
that
are
we'd
net.
have a reduction in local property taxes due to the compression, but they're, from the funding formula proposed in HB3, there'd also be incremental M&O funds.
There is a very slight amount of some additional funding, but the majority of the savings or the amount that we would have more available to us is through recapture reduction.
So do we have an estimate if, I get that there's a million moving parts in Austin right now and that we don't really know what's going to happen, but I've been frequently getting sent runs from our state legislators,
Yes, sir.
some of which have shown up in the media. But I haven't yet received anything from the district on what we project our, excess budget surplus vis-à-vis 2018 would
what
be
we've-
under that scenario.
In
So
our
do we know what
discussions,
that number is?
in our discussions right now, what we've been utilizing is the Legislative Budget Board's last estimate of 114 million for next year.
Okay, but that's not including the recapture savings.
No, that is including the recapture savings.
It is?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay,
That would
so
be the
that's-
amount we would have available to us
So
through
that's-
all categories.
So let me just state my understanding of that, and you tell me if I'm right. The 114 million is calculated by us getting less money from eliminating the cost of education index, but us getting more money from all the various provisions, pre-K, et cetera, that we would get from the funding formula, minus the local property tax reduction, plus the incremental savings of recapture.
That is correct.
And that total net number,
Net.
including all those factors, is 114 million.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, so then we're going to have vis-à-vis our 2018 budget, with that 114 million, we'd have $152 million extra.
No, because we would not, this would go away. We'd go back to 2018-19, so it'd still be 114 million.
So the 38 million is included in the 114 million?
Yes, right.
Okay, I got it now.
Yeah.
So do we have and maybe this is a question for the superintendent, but of the 114 million, do we have what we're doing, like an allocation of what we would do with those funds in the best case scenario? 'Cause
Yes,
I think
we-
at this point, we can safely assume that HB3 is our best case scenario, right?
Yeah, HB3 is our best case scenario. And to answer your question directly, my team and I we had a 2-day retreat to come up with things that we would put in there as priority recommendations to you. And then, as we were going through this process, we also said, what if we could not have a deficit budget so we could push our strategic initiatives for another year or two? So the bottom line is, out of that 114 million, we're going to back out 30-something million for these strategic initiatives. And then we're going to recommend the middle school initiative, which is approximately 10 million.
Yes, sir.
With the career institutes, which we brought to you, that's another 2 million. We presented to you 3 more items today: the adjustments to TEI, the salary adjustments for the rest of the staff, and then also the CAP program that we laid out to you today. So we still then have items left.
What was the number again on the adjustments to comp that we just did?
Well, the total for TEI was.
Not TEI, the one we just did.
But
the
that
market
comp number
adjustments.
was misleading, and I always Cynthia Wilson were in here. Because that number was like 28 million.
25 million, yes, sir.
27 million, but some of that we already had as part of our 2%, right? So
Right,
it's not,
so-
not all of that is 20. So
So we've already budgeted a portion of that in what was in the strategic
that's
compensation.
part of that 38 million
Yeah.
right there.
And so the difference between both the TEI and what was in the TASB study were 13 million apiece.
Yes.
So we're
Okay,
looking
so-
at if we
so
did both
if we
those
add
plans.
those up, everything you just added, that you kind of went through that laundry list, now you're at 68 million bucks.
Probably, I don't know off the top of my head, but yes.
Well,
Would
maybe
you-
close to
You
that.
had, but 30 million is in the two compensation items and then the middle school. And then you got a small number for career institutes and a small number for CAP. So, yeah, it's somewhere, and by the way, tomorrow, my staff and I, we're having a half-day retreat just to work on this, to give you a coherent, organized, but the bottom line, we still have dollars available.
So what I heard is we have 56 million to spend on dyslexia and special ed?
No, not 56 million. There are a lot of other needs that we're going to be bringing to the board, but yes.
So I guess.
We have some wiggle room on some other initiatives.
Okay, great. So I guess what I'm getting at is, I think prior to scrambling at the end of May or the beginning of June to understand, you know, we've suddenly gotten this windfall of cash from Austin and we need to figure out how to spend it. I for one, would appreciate having kind of a list of strategic investments that we could make under this scenario and the associated price tags of those, and then, you know, however you deem fit, involving some board members offline in how we would each respectively prioritize those strategic investments, because, you know, this is feeling very piecemeal to me, that we're talking about these great different strategic ideas, and I like and appreciate all of them, but it's hard to think about a sort of funding prioritization of which, you know,
Yeah.
which ones we would invest in. So
And what I feel a need is that we're just now getting our arms around it, and even some of the things that the staff brought to me, I had to push back on. So I'm gonna do all my pushing tomorrow. And so we'll come up with our recommendations. Then what I'm feeling the urge to do is get with the board chair, the board president, and let's have a workshop just on this so that we can present to you, this is our best estimate, and here's what we recommend, and then what else is missing. And I think we probably need to do that regardless, because we're not gonna know, and back to the point that Dwayne was making, the conference committee was making decisions at 11:56 on sine die, on May the 31st. They were making decisions at 11:56. So we're not gonna know when the preliminary budget is done. So we need to probably have parallel budgets under current law and under proposed law.
well, and that's a little bit of what I'm suggesting, is rather than wait until they've, you know, made their sausage and, you know, they give us a number and we try to figure out and scramble at the last second of how to spend that number, I would appreciate having a workshop or whatever other format that you deem appropriate to have this board engage on the list of strategic priorities, the price tags associated with all of them, and our relative priority order of them. So if the number comes back as 114 million, maybe we can do all of them. If it comes back as 90 million, we know which ones we're gonna do. And then when the June meeting comes around,
Maybe
we're
we ought
not
to
doing
do
the
this.
same thing that they did by waiting at 11:56 to, you know, to make our
Maybe
decision.
what we ought to do, Dwayne, is maybe at the May briefing, we present parallel budgets.
Okay.
Under current law and under proposed law, and see how much room we can plow. But we may have 3 new board members then, and we may need to have a workshop right after that, the next week, and we'll know a little bit more about where the legislation is. And like that, the board gets to see all of our best thinking with the potentials, and then we have another workshop before we even have to put together the final budget. So
That
I
would be
think
great. Let's just lock down the calendar date on the workshop as soon as we can, so that we're not.
I'll work
doing
with
that
your
before.
absent board president.
Thanks.
Trustee Foreman.
So, Dr. Hinojosa, one of the things I do know is that we keep talking about House Bill 3 as if it's the only thing that's in Austin. And I do know, maybe some don't know, that all of this is going to have to go to conference committee before it comes out. So there's going to be some negotiating, there's going to be some give and take. There are going to be some things that will happen. House Bill 3 is not the only thing in Austin, people. We've got other bills that will affect us one way or the other, and it's going to be who has the will to get their particular issues through. So while we can talk about coming forward with some scenarios, we will not know until the last minute. And what I'd also like to caution you on is that this is only for 2 years. They'll come back, and they might have something different. And so I don't want us to talk about spending every dime that we might have. That's not the way you do business. And we have to be very careful as we go through this process of doing that. I do concur with the fact that we do probably need a workshop to be able to talk about that. But House Bill 3 is not the only thing that's in Austin. So let's get that straight to start with. And so I just have a couple of questions.
Before you ask the questions, I think you're exactly right, because it was a big surprise that the Teacher Excellence Fund got stripped out. And it was another big surprise of this Turner Amendment that I didn't even know about till the day before, and that cut out, and we don't even know the full implications of that.
So what I was also trying to allude to is that I was just asked to come to Austin a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
To do some testifying also. So it's not 1 or 2 people around this board that get the opportunity to go down and testify on different bills. And all of this is going to come into play through the conference.
Yeah, and also, let me also add that there are other little pieces that we haven't talked about at all, but they're very, very prescribed. For example, there is some money that is set aside for school safety, but it's very prescribed, and that is one-time money. I will tell you, though, and we intend to have a significant fund balance at the end of this year and future years, to your point, that we can't spend it all. But also, I do understand that one thing that is different about this in my 24 years is they put this into the basic allotment. And this was the whole point that Ms. Pinkerton was making at the beginning. If you put it in the base allotment, then it's there. Then the next legislature has to undo that. They have to reduce the basic allotment. So it is different, but your point is well taken. We don't know what we don't know, and we need to be careful these next couple of months.
And we have to be careful. It might be different people at the legislature, but they're just as touchy as this board is. So just be careful. So now my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Now that I've made my point. One of the things that I noticed on page 2 was the fact that we still have not collected $35 million in taxes. So I would assume, is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
It's all local revenue, so it could be interest earnings. There's a wide variety of things that are in
So
local
it's just
revenue.
not taxes?
Not all taxes, no, ma'am.
Okay.
We are right in tune with the budget on current tax.
Okay. So let me just ask the next question, since you answered that one for me, because that was a concern. Then on page 3,
Yes, ma'am.
where I'm looking at the debt service.
Yes, ma'am.
So it looks like we're going to be over in debt service. Is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
No, we won't be over in debt service. We're done making the payments for the year.
We're done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good. That's good. 'Cause that
When we rolled the tax maintenance notes over to the sinking fund, we're done
we're
with payments. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
very good, because that got my attention. Remember, I stay up reading this stuff. So we have, on page 5, we talked about the expenditures at the bottom of the page.
Yes, ma'am.
Funding of district initiatives. So what I'd like to know is, because I still can't get a handle on it, and maybe it's just me, but for each one of these initiatives, what is the budget for each one of these initiatives, the current budget? What is the current budget for early learning? And that's including everything. That would be transportation, everything. Can somebody help me with that?
Let us do 2 things, Ms. Foreman, for your response. One is current expenditures, and then what this infers is what are the fiscal notes? What are the additional items that we're going to be adding on top of all the current expenditures?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
So we'll give you both.
Yeah, because I need to understand exactly how much we're spending on early learning, and I've tried to get it several times, and I still don't have it. And I'm talking about the breaking out the pre-K and then the kinder through the 2nd grade.
Okay.
So I'll have a full understanding of that. And then on racial equity, I'd like the same thing, what that current budget is. And then public school choice. I don't really understand what that is.
I mean,
Because-
generally, we will refer that to OTI and those,
Okay, because
those
we-
initiatives.
But we have other choice initiatives that are not under OTI, and that would be our magnet schools, our Montessori schools. So it's kind of for me, maybe not the rest of the board, but for me, that's kind of confusing when we just talk about choice in one particular area, because choice is broken out in my mind when we go through that process. And what I also like to know is, and then, of course, I don't need strategic compensation. We probably beat that up enough already, but those others. And then what I'd like to know is that in those particular areas, how many students do we have? In those particular areas for early learning, for pre-K, how many students? Because what I'm looking at is how much we're paying per student. And that's bringing in the total cost, and that's all costs associated. Because I get just bits and pieces of it, so I'd like all of it, and then look at what the cost per student is. And then the racial equity, I'd like to look at the cost per student. That's gonna be a little bit more difficult. I understand that, so maybe not a cost per student on that. But on the choice programs, you might want to look at OTI, but also the magnet schools and what is the cost per student, so that I'll have a better understanding of what those are particularly. And then lastly, you say you've had 2 forums in the community. Can I
Yes, ma'am.
ask where those forums were?
I had one at Kimball and one at North Dallas.
So, I'm not beating up on you, but if you're having a forum in my area, I'd like to know that, because I'd like to be there, so that I can get a clear understanding of what the community is being told, and I'll know what's going back and forth, what the community concerns are, so that I will be able to help address their concerns. But if
I
you
understand.
don't communicate with me, then I have no knowledge of you being there. Okay?
Okay.
There.
At each one, probably that were non-staff, I would say maybe 10 to 15. And we're also, as I also indicated, we're doing an online survey to try to get individuals to provide us input into ideas for moving forward. If there was additional resources, how would you prioritize that? Whether, you know, and that should be up pretty quickly, so they would be able to do that as well.
I can help you with
But
attendance.
generally, community forums aren't well attended when it comes to the budget.
If you got the trustee involved, it's better.
So when you say you,
Right, Scott?
so you're gonna have a committee of people, or you just gathering information from folks as to what to do with the extra money from HB or whatever?
So we identified kind of big buckets of, you know, for instance, give you one, like, do you support in providing additional resources for compensation and benefits for staff? It would be one of the items that they'd be able to rank. Or do you increase funding for CATE services for students? You know, that type of question that they would be able to then prioritize online. There's no specific dollar amount. It is a concept of how to spend the money, and then within that, it would be up to us to be able to identify how to implement that.
I guess the reason I ask that is because I've been hearing of an interest from outside people that they want to help the district decide how to spend the extra money. So I'm wondering if that is what you guys.
That's what's
do.
intended to do. The narrative is something like, you know, the district stands to gain additional resources, so we're asking your input into how to help us prioritize that.
Let me further describe a little bit. The city of Dallas used a virtual tool to get input, and the city manager and his team shared that with us. So we kind of replicated that model. So you get a lot of people who don't want to come to a meeting who could give you some feedback. And that's the tool that we're using from a similar tool that do we create our own, or do we borrow theirs?
We created one.
We create our own, and so to try to get that input from the community.
No, just that I'd heard an idea that there was going to be a committee, an appointed committee put together to help decide on how to spend.
No, sir.
Okay, just want to make sure I heard. Thank you.
Trustee Pinkerton?
Thank you very much for that update. And I fully appreciate that there may be some other dollars out there, but that the model that you're showing us right now is either what's going on this year or for the projections for next year, a conservative model based on no changes to our formulas, right?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I do have a question, looking at slide 8, the 2019-2020 current projections, and I see that you have some revenue projections there, which I fully understand, and they match really well to the numbers that Larry Throm put together back in August, right?
Yeah, our current forecast for 1920 that we've been utilizing is going to be very close to what we've been projecting for the board this entire year.
Okay, so this is the revenue, and of course, what happened this year is that we had to write a check back to the state to pay for recapture, right? So the way I frame it in my mind is you have revenue coming in these dollars, but then you have to take some of those dollars and give them back to the state, and then I think about what's left over, and that's really the number that we can use to budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so on the 2018-2019 budget, $1,639 million, what was the recapture payment for 2018-2019?
In 1819 is 65 million.
65 million, okay. So that would give us $1,574 million as a kind of a
In revenue.
net.
Right,
We think about
I
the net.
understand.
That's what we have available that we could spend. Okay. So 2019-2020, we're saying revenue's going up, $1,678-ish million. And then what do we project that the recapture, I mean, all things being equal, what would the recapture payment be for
The
the next
recapture
year?
for 1920 is right at 190 million.
190 million. So we went from 65 million this year to 190 million.
That's
We're going to
correct.
take that revenue number that we're seeing up here on the screen, we're going to subtract 190 million to get to the number that we'd actually have to spend, right? Okay, so that's going to be around 1,489 million.
But if I may, just
Yes.
remember in 1819, our budget is really only 1.5 billion. We put all that additional resources into the assigned fund. So when our budget will only go up on the expenditure side by the dollar amount you're describing. So it's reflected in the expenditure side, not on the revenue side. And so we have the room on the expenditure side to absorb that by the forecast. Because if we go on, your recapture is 65 million this year, going up to 190, that's the 130 million that we're talking about.
Mhm. What's our expenditure budget right now?
Let me go backwards. Can we go back? Would you do me a favor? Keep going. Right there. So right now, our expenditure budget, including the 65 million, is 1.508 on slide 4.
Okay, so just want to do some basic math here. I was looking at your revenue for next year, the 1.679 minus the 190 million, right? And that leaves it with $1.489 billion. But our budget for this year is 1.508.
That includes the 65 million.
Yeah, that's right.
So you'd have to back that out. So they would be basically equal.
So the 1.508 includes the
Yes, ma'am.
65 million. When I look at that list of expenses right there, where is that 65 million? Which line item is that? Going back to slide 4, can you tell me where the 65 million recapture
Right
payment
there
is
on
coming?
line 9, right on the slide there on page 4 is 90 intergovernmental charges. You can see
Intergovernmental
the-
charges,
You see the
okay.
65 million still yet to be paid?
Yep.
That's where
yep.
it is.
Okay, got it. All right, so that's the increment that we're going to have available to us, and so you're getting to 38. Okay, that's
And so
great.
when you look at those together, it's basically a balanced budget.
Okay, that's good. And then the next thing is, I thought one of the things that the district really did well last year was to put together a 5-year plan.
And we will continue
really
to
look
do
at.
that.
Are
Yes,
we
ma'am.
going to be seeing that?
Yes, we'll add the next
month?
year on to the end.
Okay, okay,
So the
fantastic.
forecast will not go away. We'll just add to that for the next fiscal year.
Okay, all right, fantastic, thank you.
I just want to add to Trustee Foreman's point, when you're putting together that spreadsheet or whatever it looks like, could you go back to the slide with the 4 strategic initiatives? And she talked about how many kids will be impacted. Can you break down the demographics of who those kids are? So when you do early learning, African American versus ELL versus whatever, the same with racial equity, public choice, not strategic compensation, the other 3, to the extent you can. So when you make that, if you could just add, when you get that subset of students, if you could break that down by demographics a little bit.
Excuse me.
Trustee Mitchell.
So just to summarize the big picture, if what we hope happens, best case with HB 3, we would have $114 million more net than we would if the legislature did what it has done, for the past several sessions and just said, we give up, we're not going to do anything.
We would have 114 million, yes. If they did nothing, we would have the 39 million.
Okay. And when we were talking, I was a little confused. I thought we were getting close to answering the question, but we actually didn't. With respect to the 2 compensation presentations we had earlier today, the bottom line increase over and above what we had already accounted for TEI was, is it 13 million? Or is it?
Correct. In the TEI, or in the TRE, there was 17 million set aside for the TEI, and this request was 30 million. So the spread between those 2 was the 13.
So as we're looking at what we would do if it turned out that the district was going to net $114 million more out of this legislative session for next year, the number we would be subtracting from the 114 million would be the 13 for TEI that hasn't already been budgeted for.
No, that's not quite accurate, because we had permission to do a deficit budget by starting to draw down from the fund balance to pay for the strategic initiatives. However, if we use that as part of the 114 million, then we will still have a balanced budget, and we can extend the years that we can continue to fund those initiatives to the out years. So, and that's why it's going to be, and Dr. Flores, I'm glad that you're back in here, is that what emerged when you were out of the room is that what we're going to do next month, we're going to present 2 budgets, one at a high level, under current law, and then under proposed legislation. And then depending on where the board is at that time, we may need a workshop to then go into further details based upon what happens. Because the point that Mr. Mitchkay is making is a hugely important point that the board members need to see on a deck side by side as to the impact.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. So, of course, all of this is tentative right now, and it'll all be different the next time we meet. But just to sort of recap, if we do net 114 million, Dr. Hinosa, you're saying we should think of it that the TEI piece of that would be 30 million, and then we would be looking at these other initiatives that we have, the salary changes that you were proposing for the non-teaching staff. What would that number be? Is that a $13 million number?
Okay, so for the TASB study?
Yeah.
That was 25 million total, a portion of which, 12 million of that we have in the budget, but we still, in order to push those initiatives a year down the road, we would put the entire we would propose, I believe, to put the entire 32 million of those district initiatives out of the 114 off the top to be able to move those a year down into advance.
Yeah, and with the only caveat, which we don't know, is this Turner Amendment, because it's going to have an impact on our projections, and we just can't get in, we need to get interpretation. So I just want to put that caveat out there that Turner amendment may impact that.
Okay.
Oh, it's not our
No,
turn?
it's the Grand Prairie Turner. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so the 114 minus the 30 for TEI, minus the 35 for TASB. Then we had,
No, see, that's why it's so important. It's
Yeah.
not 35, and that's why I wanted Dr. Wilson back in the room, because when we put that 30 up there, it was misleading. So let me try to recap. So 114, you take away about 32 for all of our strategic initiatives. And then you add another 13 million for the TEI adjustment, another 13 million for the other compensation, and then you add 10 million for middle schools, and then 1 million for CAP, and then 2.5 million, I think Yvonne's pushing it up, on career institutes. And so now you still have money left,
Okay.
but we need to show this to you
okay,
side by
fair,
side.
fair enough. I'll wait
Yeah.
for the workshop. Thank you.
Oh, yes.
oh, trustee Foreman.
This is real quick. Dr. Hinojosa, while we are looking at budget, I think I also saw that there is a projected loss of over 1,000 students. What was the number?
1,700.
So that's almost 2,000 students that we're projecting to lose, and that means that's going to be a decrease in our budget overall based on just the loss of students.
Absolutely.
And I just don't see us putting all of these factors together. I see us piecemealing it. And so we need a clear picture on what's going to impact the budget from a negative and from a positive. I'd like to see just that clear picture, because I just hear spend, but I don't hear anybody talking about how the budget is going to be impacted negatively.
Yeah, and that's a great point, and you see on the slide there in front of us, on page 5, we're projecting, that's conservative, that we'll lose 1,700 students. We're also projecting a 7% value increase. That's very conservative too, from new information we've gotten recently. So we're taking all this into consideration and giving ourselves some wiggle room in case something goes wrong.
But remember, if everything comes out right, the taxes are going to be decreased. And so you'll have a decrease in taxes based. There'll be a decrease in taxes if it goes through conference. There'll be a decrease in taxes, so it won't be $1.17, but some of that will be rolled over to the allotment, the basic allotment. So I just think we need to take all of this into consideration, because we keep adding new programs, we're losing students, we're choice this, choice that is additional cost to us. And I just don't see us looking at the big picture overall. And we need to do that. There's a responsibility for us to do that. We don't want to get back to where we were once before.
Okay, well, thank you for the update, and this is no different than all the other times when we've had to do this during the session and then waiting for when they go overtime and special sessions, so this will continue to be fluid. Okay, so moving on to item F.
Good afternoon again. I'm here now to provide an update on our counseling allocations, and this short presentation is related to some questions that were previously discussed. And so really, with this presentation, we're restating the situation, jotting down feedback, we're collaborating about next steps, but we don't have final recommendations to share today. So if we look at the first slide, I wanted to start with just a reminder that our formula for staffing is 450 students to one counselor, and within that, we assign a weight of 1.5 to students receiving special education services, and then we divide that and we round up at the 0.5. And so we can see that our ratio, when we apply that formula, or the caseload that our counselors currently have, is 1 to 399. And then for next year, it's projected at 1 to 377. And of course, within that, there's a wide range of caseloads. And so we see one that's a higher one of 651. And if without the weighting, if we were to divide that by the time that school had 675 students, they would receive a second counselor because they would be at 1.5. We revisit those twice a year for spring budgeting and fall leveling. And so we don't make adjustments after that, and mostly because we'd be pulling from some campuses to add to another, and we want to have a consistent system, but we definitely can add checkpoints, and we have other services through our youth and family services, through Sherry's team, and student services where we can help schools in need and ensure that everyone has support. So with that in mind, we also have 45 college access providers, and then we have other key people from youth and family, from Sherry's team, so we're getting a cross-divisional team together. We met this week with Dr. Durant and Wani Gaitan and Joanne Jackson, and we're going to meet with Sherry, and we're going to come up with, a plan to review job descriptions, find where we have repetitions, where we're overlapping, what we're missing, because at the end of the day, the goal is for all students to have access to counselors for a variety of reasons, for support with college applications, with course selection, with wellness needs, with mental health needs, with community resources. So all of those things are valuable, and we want to ensure that students have access to those things no matter what school they attend. And so we will analyze that, we'll figure out where we need to add supports and come back with a recommendation to the superintendent. Thank you.
Okay, trustees, any questions?
I do have one
Sure.
question of clarification. Go back to your first slide, where it talks about the student counselor ratio. Is, I know that, and maybe someone from Osama Rogers or may want to come in. Does that take into consideration the extra counselor that the collegiate academies have, or no?
It does take in, and we have several schools that have some low ratios because of special things, like our choice schools that are just building and they have 1 year and they're adding on, or our collegiate academies. But it does account for
Okay,
that.
thank you.
Okay, trustee Foreman.
So, thank you for the update. There are a couple of things. The first one is that I'm really curious where that 1 to 651, or if that is happening. So I'd like to know that. But probably it would be good for me to get a listing of all schools and the number of counselors that they have, and the number of students that they have at that school, so I have a good idea of what we're doing.
Yes, ma'am.
What I am glad to see is that there's beginning to be some collaboration between the counselors and other groups to get a better understanding of how we best serve children, and how we can spread the resources throughout the district. Because clearly, I know all of us hear about incidents where children would have been better served if we had more counselors on specific campuses. And, excuse me, and trying to pull these departments together to figure out how do we best serve them is very important. I also think it's really good that you guys are going to be looking at job descriptions where there's overlap. So that, to me, that's where the efficiency experts kind of things come in. So you making sure that there's no overlap, but you're able to spread out the resources as much as possible. So I appreciate that.
Okay, trustee Mitch K.
Well, thank you. One thing that I think would be really helpful for me and for our constituents in general is to have some idea of how our ratios are benchmarked against other similar districts and the statewide average, the national average. I do remember about a year or two ago looking at those numbers, and I mean, they were shockingly high. I look at this and I think it's shockingly high, 1 to 399. But I think the statewide average was in the 1 to 450, and the national average was a little bit higher. I don't remember exactly what it was, but even with our shockingly high ratios, we were actually below some of the relevant benchmarks. Now, that doesn't make me feel any better, because I know that having more counselors can do a lot more for our students. We have a a higher percentage significantly of economically disadvantaged kids than the state and national averages. So I would like us to see what we can do in terms of an initiative to try and bolster the number of counselors that we do have working with our kids. You know, we've done a lot of innovations in a lot of areas, and most of them have been pretty successful. But this looks like an area where, when you look at the student demographics that we have, where the investment in more counselors might really pay off. We all know what the challenges are that we have in the vast majority of our schools. So I would hope that when we start to look at what we can do with the additional state revenue, that we take a hard look at what we can do in the way of adding counselor-type support to our kids, even though I think when you look at the benchmarking that we're going to be better than what these averages are. I think that this is an area where being even having an even lower ratio might really pay some dividends. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Pinkerton.
Great. Well, I appreciate you taking this first cut at where we are with the counselor to student ratio and just being intentional about thinking about our students' mental health and social emotional well-being, something that we've talked about a lot on the board, and we've made it a priority, and we just want to make sure we have the resources in place. I think we'd probably all agree that there is a connection between counseling support or social emotional supports for students and student outcomes. I think that's a theme around private institutions like the Momentous Institute and places like that, right? That's kind of something that they're really built on. But I do recognize that it's a lot harder to quantify than, say, 10 tutoring hours helps a student pass a test versus what the impact of really good counseling supports actually are. But hopefully we can recognize that there is that connection and that an investment in this area would have returns in terms of student outcomes, whether that be test scores or whether it's also just general ability of the student to thrive and become productive citizens, right, to go forward. So I know I've definitely heard a lot of feedback from campus leaders, from campus staff, from parents, and from the community, just across the board, asking for more counseling support, more social emotional supports for students. So I want to echo what Trustee Mitchke is saying, that I hope that there will be an investment as we look forward and we look strategically at what we want to do in this particular area. I think there's a lot of opportunity here for improvement. So thank you for this.
Trustee Marshall.
I would just echo those comments that this is definitely an area that merits our attention and something I'd love to see us invest in to lower that ratio substantially. And I'm not thinking by a few students. I'm thinking by a couple hundred students in terms of changing that ratio. It needs to be a substantial move. So thanks for taking a look at it.
Trustees, any other questions? Okay, well, so I'm only going to add very briefly to this. I think that this is very important. On the other hand, you don't change what you don't measure. And as we've heard so far, it sounds to me like we're not really measuring much. And so I think that it would be very important as we move forward. I think the term efficiency was used earlier today. I think that we do need to know the efficiency and effectiveness of the counselors. And if we're going to make it a priority and we're going to put serious money and an investment behind it, then it only makes sense that there would also be some accountability that goes with that, and that we know that our counselors are delivering the services that our students need in an effective manner, and that we're able to measure that and to reward those great counselors. So I know that at one point, when we originally passed the budget item 6 or 7 years ago to develop TEI, And I know Dr. Blackburn, I think, suggested that in that meeting, that we also look at librarian effectiveness and counselor effectiveness. And so, again, if we're going to be strategic, if we're going to be thoughtful about this, and we're going to, put an emphasis on this, as I've heard today, then I think that, we need to put our money where our mouth is, and also, bring forward some kind of measurement of efficacy around this item. So thank you very much. With that, we will move on to item
Hold on,
7.
hold on. Who's in charge of counselors? Who do they flow up to? Teaching and learning?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, trustees. We'll move on to the minutes. Consider and take possible action on the minutes. These will be sent to you prior to the board meeting. So now we are moving on to the statutory items. A, the last regular meeting of the Board of Trustees before election, the current trustees, yada, 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 continuing education. So I hope everybody has done what I did, which was spend some quality time this weekend catching up on my required board education. And that will be reported at the meeting in April. So hopefully everybody has met their requirements. B, conduct the board self-restraint evaluation according to TEA guidelines. I don't know if there's anything on that, Pam, that we need to discuss right now. It's just what we do every month. So then, that goes with C, right? Consider and take possible action to conduct the 9th quarter self-evaluation according to Lone Star governance implementation, and anything we need to know about that other than we're going to do it at the board meeting. Okay, trustees, any questions? All right, so now we're on to policy updates. Item D was pulled. So consider and take possible action to approve amendment to board policy BBF local board members ethics. Second read sponsored by trustee Edwin Flores. Trustees, any questions about trustee Foreman?
So did we go past the cooperative purchasing?
No, we haven't gotten there yet. We're at 10. We're only on 10. We haven't reached.
So you went
D
to-
was pulled.
He-
District cooperative purchasing agreements was pulled
That
by
was
the
pulled.
administration.
Oh, okay. I've got a copy of it, so, okay, that's okay. So I'm assuming we're at the
Policy.
BBF?
Yes, BBF.
Okay, so I've got some questions about BBF. And I'll start with asking the board members who've been trained as an arbiter. Which board members have been trained to do arbitration? I would assume by the silence, no one has. But in this policy, we're asking that the board president acts as the arbiter for issues regarding other board members. I do have some real concerns about that. No training whatsoever, but acting as an arbiter. Again, this troubles me because it seems to be another power grab by the board president. And it's not necessary. If you look at on page 2 of 4, the policy reads, the sentence before the last, before you take any other actions, that you'll have to go and talk to the board president before it escalates. Well, I have my First Amendment rights. I don't have to go talk to anybody before I take an action. Period. Not you or anybody else. That's my right to be able to do what I need to do. So the policy is out of line based on the rights, my First Amendment rights as an individual beyond a trustee, to have to go to anybody. One of the things that I notice about this particular policy, it sets up a situation where board members will be asked to be against other board members. And there's no question in my mind, some board members feel like they're in the middle of a power struggle. This board policy does nothing to help relationships on this board. And I hope that the board members will understand that we need to be more cohesive in terms of a board rather than divisive. We can get very little accomplished by bringing up divisive policies continuously. My previous policy was tabled, but it was about not giving any one individual so much power over the rest of the individuals on this board. So I'll be submitting an amendment to this because I don't think this is the direction that this board needs to be going into.
Thank you. Trustees, any other question? Trustee Pinkerton?
Okay. Well, we've heard remarks about maybe what the intent of this policy would be, but I'd like to hear from you, Trustee Flores. You're the author of this. What would you say is the goal of these policy revisions? How do you think this will help our board to operate better?
Right, well, as I said last time, when this policy was on its first read, I mean, the purpose of this policy is, to reduce the amount of, as I think the best way to describe it is bullying by board members of staff and others in these meetings, and to, have more decorum during our meetings. And, so far, our existing ethics policy, which is what this is, certainly has not prevented some of that behavior. So the idea behind this policy would be to have a tool by which, every trustee has all their rights. In fact, the First Amendment right is very specifically spelled out in page 3 or 4. But really for the board to have a tool to try to, prevent the bullying, the belittling, the prohibiting people from answering questions that were asked, that we've seen around this board table at different times.
So you're thinking about bullying by board members of staff. Does your thought process contemplate bullying by board members of other board members?
I don't see why not. If there is, that kind of behavior between board members, then certainly, and it raises to this level, then yes, it would absolutely.
Okay. And this is an ethics policy, so are there any other ethical or unethical behaviors that you would contemplate using censure for other than what's listed currently in our ethics policy?
Well, I think that there's a wide range of behaviors. I mean, this is not directly tied to, I wouldn't say that it just happens, just happens to be where in our board policy and in TASB board policy bucket, BBF would seem to be the best place to put it. But, that it's not strictly about ethics, but if there is behavior by a trustee that requires censure, what comes to mind is, some of the things that happen, for example, in this same building, around, Dallas County schools and the behavior of some of those trustees. I think one of them pled just this week on that matter. That would certainly measure and require admonishment or censure.
I'm just reading through the ethics policy. It's kind of interesting, and I asked for a report, and I appreciate the report that I got of what other school districts have that fall into the category of ethics, and there's a neat little acrostic here in our policy that starts with, there's some things that start with E, equity, T, trustworthiness, honor, and integrity and commitment, so it spells out the word ethic. But there's not a lot in here in terms of what I would consider breaches of ethics like we hear about with other governmental bodies. So it just seems to me that this isn't perhaps that the items are listed here are in some cases operating at a level that I would not think would rise to the level of public censure. For example, I will encourage expressions of different opinions and listen with an open mind to others' ideas. I think that's great. I think we should be doing that. If one person believes that the other person has done that, I think this policy revision allows that to be escalated to the level of the most serious punishment of a board trustee possible, which is censure. It seems a little out of a line in terms of the punishment and the crime, but then there's other wrongdoing that could happen that's absolutely not addressed whatsoever within this ethics policy. I know there's other policies that talk about reasons for removal from office and prohibited practices that address what I would say is more serious violations, but those really aren't mentioned in here. We're just talking about these ethics that are listed here, rules of order for board meetings, and board operating procedures, which really could be, there's a lot of procedural items in there as well that aren't really ethical. So I guess, what I see here is an opportunity for a lot of improvement on what we have written here. I'm not sure that censure is appropriate for some of the items that could be violated in our rules of order for board meetings. That doesn't seem to fit, and it seems like there's some work that could be done around really truly strengthening our ethics policy so that it's more in line with what we see in other governmental entities. So I think if the city of Dallas has stronger ethics rules than what I'm seeing here. So I guess, Trustee Flores, that's kind of a question for you, is could we do some work to try to strengthen and tighten up what it is that we're doing here?
I'm always open to suggestions to improving, what I have drafted. On the other hand, I'll reiterate the point that the fact that this ended up in BBF as a bucket has nothing to do with ethics. We could have put it in 10 other places, and this is what apparently TASB thought was the best bucket for it.
That's correct.
So that's why it's here. But
I don't
ethics, it's not, so my point is that don't think of what I wrote as strictly being limited to the upper part of the policy, which is ethics. Think of it as written, which means ethics, rules of order, board meetings, board operating procedures. We also have a full board operating procedure manual, which is not just the bullet points listed under ethics. And if a supermajority of the board decides that there has been a violation of our ethics that would require any other number of items, not just ethics, but as I said, rules of order, board operating procedures, board meetings, et cetera, that at that point, the board could censure or admonish that trustees. And of course, there's an escalation mechanism, so it's not like all or none. The board president, whoever is sitting at that time, would have the opportunity to visit with that trustee about the behavior or behaviors that could potentially eventually merit censure, but after a process, and if there's continued violation of the rules, that at that point the board could vote to censure, and this spells out what that censure would mean for that trustee.
Right, and I hear what you're saying. You're saying that this isn't limited just to the ethic acrostic that we have here, but it also includes rules of order, meetings, and board operating procedures. And I'm just saying that all of those are pretty low-level guidelines around board and trustee behavior that really, the vast majority of them do not rise to the level of censure. I would never support censure there, but yet there's a mechanism now that we're putting in place. And, again, if there's somebody if there's a staff member at the table and someone asks a yes or no question and that person attempts to explain and the trustee says, stop, I just want yes or no, I don't know that I would agree that rises to the level of censure, of public, just this public calling out. And and one concern that I have is this could be used for political reasons. So I'm just looking at a couple of recent examples. Like this is a very recent example. Fort Worth School Board censures trustee, but one member calls it, quote, personal vendetta. So this is, this is, people have different opinions about what's going on there, but certainly there's the, unfortunately, the sting of the personal vendetta going on there. There's another example about school board asked to censure. Thank you for the musical accompaniment, Dr. Blackburn. School board asked to censure trustee and Confederate school name flap. And so you have a board that's slow to change the names of Confederate figures in the schools, and one trustee that says publicly he doesn't agree with what the board has done, and now the board is turning back around and saying, well, we're going to censure you for criticizing what it is that we're doing here. And so I think there's examples of where the use of censure can really get out of hand and become something personal and political, as opposed to, I just would suggest there could be a more straightforward way if you have personal concerns about trustees and their interactions with the staff, that rather than change this policy and create a censure mechanism, maybe the answer is just that this person brings it to the attention of the board president, the president has a conversation with that trustee, and then that's it. I mean, that seems more appropriate to the kinds of things that are listed in the documents that you're referencing here in this policy.
Thank you. Trustee Marshall and then Trustee Mitchell.
So I guess my question's for Faye or Ramona, but the current board, like when board members get newly elected and get trained and are provided training materials on board behavior, that material says that the mechanism for holding trustees accountable to a certain code of conduct and a certain set of ethical behavior, that responsibility rests with the other trustees, does it not? It does, right? Yeah, so one thing that I've encountered in the past, because I've asked this question when certain behaviors have come up, is what mechanism we as trustees have to hold one another accountable. Is there a mechanism right now?
Can you please repeat that?
If let me rephrase it. If one of us were to engage in sexual harassment of a staff member or racism overtly to a staff member, or physical violence to an employee, or anything that may or may not rise to the level of criminal behavior, but was indisputably inappropriate behavior for a trustee. The materials that we distribute tell the other trustees that they are responsible for regulating the behavior of that trustee. I'm asking how we would do that. If hypothetical trustee X engages in one of those behaviors, what am I supposed to do about it today?
As far as I know, I don't know if we have any particular provision in place. If we're talking about to the grounds to try to have a trustee removed or something, you have to do that through an actual court system.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly having a trustee removed would be the far extreme end of the reaction, but I'm asking if there's any mechanism whatsoever. And I'll tell you, I have previously asked our previous legal counsel this question and was told very directly that there is no mechanism whatsoever for one trustee to do anything about another trustee's action. But it is very clear in our training materials and in our Board of Trustees conduct manual that I am responsible for regulating and addressing inappropriate, unethical behavior of my fellow trustees. And I'm asking how I'm supposed to do that today. Is there any way for me to do anything?
Not that I'm aware of right now. I won't say no, because I just don't know the answer right off the top of my head, but I am not aware of anything.
Well, and in fairness, I did not pre-wire you that I was going to ask this question, but I did previously ask our chief legal counsel that and gave them 6 weeks to get back to me, and the answer came back and said zero, nada, zilch. There's not a single thing that I can do about a trustee's behavior. That, to me, is a serious problem.
Well, I can say, Mr. Marshall, as a single person, you would be more limited because the board acts as a
Yeah,
whole.
as a corporate body, of course. And, I'm suggesting even as a body, we have no tool. Do we?
No, not that I'm aware of.
We have, and I'm not in any way suggesting that a vote of trustees should be allowed to remove a trustee. That would be anti-democratic, and it certainly is not a power that any one of us has. But it is very clear in our manual that says that we are supposed to regulate inappropriate behavior of our fellow trustees. And I will tell you, there has been some inappropriate behavior of our fellow trustees. And I have been at a loss for what I'm supposed to do about this. So I would be open to proposed amendments to this policy, and am very flexible on what the language of it is, but I do think if we are going to be told on day one of training that we are responsible for regulating inappropriate behavior of our colleagues, we need a mechanism and a tool to do that. And this is the first time since I've been on the board that a tool's been presented. So barring any kinds of amendments or changes, I'm a fan of adopting some sort of tool that gives me the power to do what I've been told I need to do. Thanks.
Okay, trustees, any other questions?
Yes.
Trustee Horn.
Trustee Marshall, can you explain to me what inappropriate behavior is?
So before
Can he answer my question,
So
please?
following Robert's rules, the question is asked of the chair as a point of information, and
Okay,
I
point of
can ask
information,
Trustee Marshall.
point of information. Could you please ask Trustee Marshall what he means by inappropriate behavior? Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So Trustee Marshall, you of course are welcome to answer or not answer what you believe is an inappropriate behavior after all the ones you've already listed.
You don't interpret what I say,
Well, he heard you.
so don't interpret it.
If you wish to
Just let
answer,
him
Trustee
answer.
I-
Marshall, you may.
I'd be delighted to answer. I think
Thank
that's a broad question with a broad.
But you
with a
used
broad answer.
you used the language, and so I'm asking you to define it.
I cannot offer an all-inclusive definition of inappropriate behavior. There are many behaviors that would constitute
I know
inappropriate
that.
behavior. The examples that I gave are sexual harassment, racism, and violence in dealing with employees. Those are three examples. It's not the exhaustive list of examples, but those are three I would certainly include.
And so the other question, Mr. Chair, point of information,
Absolutely,
if you don't mind.
not at all.
Do you raise to that level, Trustee Marshall, that having a conflict with a staff member or with another board member as
Trustee.
inappropriate behavior?
Trustee Marshall.
I'm not sure I understood the question. Can you ask it again?
Sure. Do you raise to the level of inappropriate behavior, cutting off a staff member when they're speaking? Do you raise that as a point of inappropriate behavior? Or having conflict with another trustee? Is that inappropriate behavior?
I would answer that as it's a bit of a gray area. I would say the vast majority of the time that I've seen staff members be cut off around this table would not rise to the issue to the level of inappropriate behavior in my book. But I have sat at this table and seen trustees treat staff in a way that I would say does rise to the level of inappropriate behavior. It's the exception rather than the rule.
Thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Pinkerton.
Yeah, I have just a comment here and kind of follow on what you're saying, Trustee Marshall. So there's another policy that might lend itself a little bit more to what you're talking about. This is actually a legal policy, it's BBFB. It's under the category ethics, and it's called prohibited practices. And so it's got some unethical behavior listed here, like bribery, illegal gifts, let's see what else is in here. Abuse of official capacity, official oppression, misuse of official information, and nepotism. But I think that it could be added to. It doesn't list the things that you outlined, which I would agree with, right? So one approach to this will be to take BBFB and write a local policy. There isn't one right now to say these are what we as a board hold each other to and prohibit, and we just do our best to generate a list, and maybe there's a provision that says, and other things like this, right? And that the censure then gets tied, whether it's in that local policy or whether it stays right here in BBF, but that censure policy is tied to these prohibited practices. So we really know what we're talking about, as opposed to being tied to, I will focus my attention on fulfilling the board's responsibilities of goal setting, policy making, and evaluation, right? That I feel like, you know, Dr. Blackburn hasn't focused his attention, and now we're going to take a vote on censure. It just doesn't seem to fit. But I think it could fit, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all, that when there is clear wrongdoing and clear unethical behavior, that we don't, as a board, currently have any mechanism to respond to that. And so that's something that I could support. The way that it's set up right now, I think, is problematic.
Okay, trustees, any other questions? Trustee Buckman.
You guys are talking about a lot of things, and as I'm reading this, the revisions, they don't seem to relate. It's talking about one board member to another. So maybe I'm missing the point where it's talking about a board member to an employee. What we're talking about in this revision, as far as one board member to another, the step sounds very ecumenical, and I have nothing against the ecumenical steps towards a resolution. I'm not sure that it needs to be in policy. I think the board chair or whoever's in charge or whoever wants to take charge should be able to follow these same steps and come to some kind of resolution. These words seem to be trying to regulate behavior, and it's hard for policy to regulate behavior. I just think we ought to step back and just see how we can do this without putting it in writing of this nature. I'm just not sure what we're going to get out of it. I can tell you, on the admonition and censure, the board has tried that once, early on in my career. It was not pretty. It caused more division than we already had. I would advise us not to go down the board admonishing or censuring one board member. It just causes more division and more public humiliation than we need to have. Have fun with this.
Trustee Henry.
Trustee Blackburn is not gonna have to deal with this after me. So without speaking to the policy, I think from my perspective, you know, and Trustee Pinkerton brought up some people using this as a political, vehicle. I think people use a lot of things as political vehicles. I think there's also the alternative where you see some just incredibly dysfunctional board. And I never want this board to be that way. I didn't join this board for dysfunction. I was trying to have an idea of people coming together. So this idea of whether it's divisive through political or divisive through policy, I have an issue with that. But I do think we have to take some responsibility as trustees. I haven't been on this board incredibly long, but I've seen disrespectful treatment, not only of staff, but also of each other, whether it's some of the stuff you've already named, but some stuff that's even beyond that. Just, it sounds real corny, but just outright mean stuff that's just unnecessary. And I know it's a harsh world, but we don't have to be like that when we're talking about kids. So I do want to caution all parties, really all my colleagues, just like in a classroom, the first day of class, if you don't set high expectations and procedures and be very diligent on being real tight around that idea, you look up and in 3 months, so-and-so's talking a bit more than they were before. And then in 6 months, your classroom management is just out the window. So, things that are small now, small comments, small actions, small shift in demeanor, whatever that might be, it's tolerable now, but without some sort of boundary, I hope we all can do that on our own. I don't know. But if we cannot, we have to be honest with each other. What kind of board do we want to be? Can we do it on our own, or do we need a policy of some sort where we regulate each other? But I do think, me and Trustee Foreman, we talked about this at one point. And this is my perspective that, our kids in our district should be able to come to our meetings and look at us and say, this is a highly functioning board. These are respectful adults. They remind me of my teacher who was respectful to me in my classroom. And I think sometimes we have got outside of that. So I'm not really expressing an opinion right now, but I do have concerns about if we don't keep a high level of respectability, especially through disagreements on this board. And I also see the concerns of the censuring. I'll take your deference and your veteran perspective, Trustee Blackburn, of what it would look like if we went down the censure process with a trustee. Again, respecting the trustees elected by their district, but also I think when you're elected by a district, that empowers you, but I don't think it also empowers you to be disrespectful to a certain level to certain people. Just want to put that out there as we have this discussion. It all sounds, fine. We don't want to be divisive, but are we really not going to be divisive? Well, we don't want to be disrespectful, but are we really going to be respectful? If we're really going to do that, I'm fine where we are. But if we're not going to do that, we need to have a discussion on how we regulate that. And I'm part of that problem. So I think one of the things I share with, I'm talking to my colleagues now, when some of that happens, like what do trustees do? Should a trustee say something? Should a trustee intervene? Should a trustee say that's out of line? I mean, how do we regulate each other and how we respect each other as we make these tough decisions for 153,000 kids? So I'm open to whatever amendments come to this policies or other suggestions, but I think that the goal to me is for our goal, we're not going to agree on everything, but we should be a corporate body that can act respectfully through disagreements and agreements. And whatever moves us closer to that is what I'm going to be getting behind. So I just want to share that with the group.
Okay, trustees, any other comments? So I'm willing to take it off the agenda for this month to entertain amendments and comments from my fellow trustees and, work to coming up with something that works for everybody.
Can I add one more?
Oh, sure. And then Trustee Marshall.
So in this policy too, we have, you should come, let me find it. If after the concerned board member has properly discussed this alleged violation, that's assuming board members are talking to each other. So I'm joking, I'm not joking. I mean, if you have a concern with another board member, have we built the culture and the environment where you're willing to go to that person and have that conversation and work that issue out, or not work that issue out, but at least have that conversation? So the way this is written right now, this is not going to work because some folks are not going to go talk to some other folks. And that's what we have to fix on this board from my perspective, whether we agree or disagree, is there's enough respect that you're going to go sit and talk to the other person that you have, whatever this issue might be, and then work from there. But if we can't do that, we absolutely can't do this policy because you're not going to check the first box of going and talking to the other board member. And if you do, if we haven't presented that we're able to do that now, when this policy would pass, you would do it only because it's, step one in moving towards another step. So to me, whatever, we need to be honest as colleagues on how we've operated on this board and how we want to operate in the future and what we're willing to do.
I agree with everything Trustee Henry just said, and I think it was incredibly well said. All I would say is that if Trustee Pinkerton or Trustee Foreman or anyone would be more comfortable with this being in the other policy, that's something for, as far as I'm concerned, you and Faye to work out. I don't particularly care what policy it's listed in. I just am, I've been on the board long enough to know that we do need some mechanism to, be able to stand up and say, hey, that was not the right way to behave. And and it would take a collective vote of all of us to do that. But we need a mechanism to be able to do that because, we've noticeably been lacking that. And from my perspective, and regardless of where we put it in policy, I'm supportive of the idea of having that mechanism in place. Thanks.
Okay, trustees, any other questions? Trustee Blackburn,
Well, I'm just thinking about how the city council acts and reacts. I'm thinking about how Senate hearings.
Is that what we want to follow?
How they act and react. And I still say, I'm not sure if words on a paper or words in a policy is going to make anyone act differently. You're going to have to get to the point where you actually talk to people and sit down and work things out. no matter what you write, unless you sit down and start working with people one-on-one, it's just not gonna happen, folks. We have to be adults and sit down and wanna talk to each other, talk out our differences, talk about how to work out our differences. Putting it in paper and saying, you're gonna follow these steps, you know, I think you're gonna find more barriers to coming together. So we need to schedule a sandbox workshop. If you're gonna kick the sand at each other, kick until you get tired, and now let's sit down and start making a cancel. But until you get into the sandbox together and start working it out, no amount of words is gonna help you. I still say, y'all enjoy this.
Okay, trustees, thank you. So moving on to B, consider and take possible action to approve board policy EHDC, local alternative methods for earning credit. Dr. Durant.
This is our second read. There were no questions about the policy the last time, and I'm here to entertain any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Trustee
Excuse me,
Foreman.
sir?
I did.
No, no.
I did.
Trustee Foreman.
Darn, Dr. Durant, you didn't get away.
Gosh.
So I'm on page 2 of 2. And the question is under the kindergarten acceleration. So is there requirements for, or criteria for that acceleration? I'm assuming it's in another policy.
It's been moved to the regulation, so whatever was in the policy has just been moved to regulation, and it's in there.
So is it a parent? A parent initiates the acceleration, or does the district initiate the acceleration?
I think either, but it's usually parent.
Usually parent. In what instance would a district initiate acceleration?
We usually have this policy open because parents are the ones that bring this forward. Trustee Foreman?
Not the district?
No, not the
I would
district.
just caution the district if we are initiating that
No.
that is not in the best interest of
That is not our
families.
practice. You're
So
correct.
that's not our practice. That's very good. Thank you. And then one other question. This is on page 1 of 2. So the acceleration of course credits. So when do they actually take those exams?
Those are we have 4 times a year. We have to announce it, the counselors know, and there's even an optional time if they can't make it.
And so are they targeted kids for this?
Elementary is usually in the summer. It's usually during the year, it's the secondary.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? If not, moving on to FFAC, Wellness and Health Services Medical Treatment. Pam, are you going to take this one?
Sherry's here.
Sherry's here. Yeah, it just has Stephanie on here, so. Okay, trustees, any questions about?
Just a quick question.
Trustee Foreman.
Hey, Sherry.
Hello.
This is on, of course, 1 of 1. So it just talks about the designated employee may administer pre-approved over-the-counter medications. So is that the nurse that we're designating?
Yes, it would be the nurse on the campus.
Okay, so, okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're not just
No.
designating individuals. Okay, so it'd be the nurse on the campus.
Within guidelines. They would still have guidelines of what they could
Yeah,
administer.
I'm good with the administration. I just wanted to, because it doesn't say that.
Right.
Okay, thank you. But if there is no nurse?
Then we have, if there's no nurse on campus that day, they have partner nurses. So if there's a nurse close by and a kid is in the clinic and needs something, we can send the nurse over.
Thank you.
Trustee Pinkerton.
All right, I just coincidentally got this text this morning. At the metal detectors at school, they took away Gracie's Advil and some girls' Tums and people's vitamins, and they took someone's Altoids.
Oh, man.
I know we have a policy currently against students carrying
Over-the-counter prescription.
order the can, but I mean,
over-the-counter
this is
meds.
going to the point of Altoids. And I guess I didn't even think about Tums, but, you know, if you've got heartburn or whatever, you can't. So what can we do by policy to actually allow students to bring in things that promote their well-being? I know you said your concern is that the administrator might think it's drugs.
Correct.
But there's, a Tums doesn't look like drugs. So are there,
Well, some
are there
things
things that we can
Well,
allow
I think,
students to carry for
what I'd
themselves?
like to say is that it's hard to legislate behavior and common sense. It's just,
I think that's what, Lou said that like 5 minutes ago.
Okay, so in line with what Dr. Enosa just said, some things are administrative decisions on a campus that they can make discretion over. However, over-the-counter medicines like Advil, Tylenol, cough syrup, those things like that are not allowed to be in a student's possession while they're on campus, because what could happen is a student could have an Advil bottle and it might not be Advil. So with this policy, we would allow the meds, but they would have to be in the clinic and only the nurse could distribute. Because the other thing we run into is a child has Advil, another kid has a headache, they're passing the Advil around. This child may be allergic to Advil. I mean, so we would still have to control it, so the kids would not be allowed to have it on their possession.
Okay, what about cough drops? Are those okay? I mean, I'm just,
Yes, they should
what I'm
be allowed to
hearing
have.
here is that sometimes folks go way overboard because of the way the policy is written, and I'm just asking as a board what we can
Situations
do.
like that, we just need to be aware so that we can work with the administrators on those situations.
Okay. Is Tums something that what are the things that you have, I know you've done some due diligence since we last talked about this.
Yes, so we
What
have.
are the things that the nurse will have on hand? So if a student is experiencing some kind of discomfort and having a hard time concentrating and, you know, needing to leave the classroom, whatever, what are the things that the nurse would be able to provide to students?
Okay, so we have consulted with our physician, and so what we've been told is that he would write a standing order for Tylenol with very specific guidelines. For example, what we had talked about was a student comes in one day, is not feeling well, parent has given permission for that child to have Tylenol. They would still call the parent and say, we know you've given written permission, but your child's in the clinic, these are the symptoms, and is wanting Tylenol. Are you okay with us giving the Tylenol? If the parent says yes, then they would give the Tylenol. Child comes back the second day. They want Tylenol again. They call mom again. Child is back in the clinic wanting Tylenol. Yes, they had this issue this morning. You can give them the Tylenol. Third day, no. We will not give meds for 3 days in a row, because at that point, there's an underlying condition that the child needs to go to the doctor if every day they're coming in needing Tylenol. The other one was ibuprofen. He said he would write a standing order for that. You know, we could use that, for example, menstrual cramps, athletic injuries. Again, you know, we would only do those, you know, for a prescribed amount of time. So those would be the main things that we're looking at right now. We are still having conversations to make sure that we have the reg established so that there are guidelines of what we would stock and what the nurses would be given. But right now, those are the two main items that we are considering carrying and having specific guidelines for.
Okay, because the other thing that you talked about was the kind of the top 3 reasons kids end up in the clinic or going home is stomach ache. So what does your doctor say about stomach ache?
We're still having that conversation as to what we would, what he would prescribe for that. So we're
Okay.
still in conversation.
So that goes into the regulation?
Yes.
Okay, which is fine. And then, as far as what is prohibited for students to have with them, maybe a cough drop is fine. Can you point me to where that is in the policy?
Jennifer, you want to come up and help me real quick? The question is what over-the-counters do we allow and what do we not allow? Do we have that in policy?
Honestly, I don't believe that that's in policy. I thought that was more of a student code of in the handbook.
It's in the
code of-
student handbook?
So we'll have to review that and
Okay.
make sure how it's defined as to what is allowed in school and what is not.
Okay, okay. And maybe we'll talk a little bit more offline about
Okay.
some of the things that I'm hearing. So, okay, thank you for working on this.
Trustees, any other questions? Okay. Thank you. We will move on to the consent agenda items. Teaching and Learning Division, item 13A, consider and take possible action to approve instructional materials allotment and TEAC certification 2019-2020, no financial impact. Trustees, any questions about that item? Quick question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
So we always hear about instructional materials, but we don't know what they are. So could you just give us some kind of a generic list?
The instructional materials would include textbooks for the children, resources for the teachers, guides for teachers to teach from, novels for children to read. So these would be all the different types of books, the big books that the kinder teachers uses to teach from, any of the attending audio material where the student could read along a book with an audio.
So I'm going to come back to you. Maybe we need to just sit down and just, so I can just kind of go through and see what some of that looks like.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, trustees? Okay, if not, we'll move on to 14, early learning. Consider and take possible action to approve the tuition rate for next year for 3 and 4-year-olds. And before and after care tuition supported pre-K program for 3 and 4-year-olds. No cost to the district. Trustees, any questions about Trustee Foreman?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, Derek.
Hello.
So is this our first year for the charge of the after-school?
The current school year we're in is the first year. We piloted this year at Arlington Park. Next year, we're proposing to continue that, but just at Arlington Park.
So, it's okay, because this doesn't say that, so.
It should on the detailed information sheet, Trustee
It
Foreman.
might, I didn't see it when I was trying to read through it last night, but it was about 10 o'clock, so I might have missed it. So how competitive are we in terms of with the other after-school programs for this? Do we know?
For the after-school programs, we think it's quite competitive, so it's about $125 a month or $40-ish a week. So that's, just $8 or so a day, which is pretty reasonable.
So then let's go to the detailed information sheet.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm looking at the eligibility requirements for pre-K. Have they changed?
They have not.
Okay, so I'm seeing some requirements that I'm not familiar with.
Okay. Which numbers?
I'm familiar with the unable to speak English. I'm familiar with, I'm not familiar with number 2, the educationally disadvantaged. I don't know what that is.
That's the state's language for income.
So that's the income.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on, let me just flip the page here. Homeless, active duty, member of law forces. The number 6 and number 7, are those new, or was that always?
Number 6 has been there for a long time. I can look if you want to see the year the legislature added that.
Yeah, because when I've looked at it before, I've never seen number 6 nor number 7 as a child of a Star of Texas recipient.
The Star of Texas is the newest one. That was added, 19? I think in the 2017 legislative session.
So could you look for number 6 for me? And just
Sure can. And
let
that's children who have been or are in foster care.
Oh, that's the Star of Texas?
No, that's number 6.
Oh, okay.
Number 6 is foster care children. Number
Okay.
7 is new,
Okay.
2 years ago new.
So, yeah, and look at number 6 and number 7. If you can give me that information, I'd appreciate it.
Sure will.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Pinkerton? Trustee Marshall-Lavender?
Okay, so we're talking about setting the tuition rate for pre-K. I'm trying to remember when this rate was first established. Was it 2 years ago?
3.
3 years ago, okay. And at that time, you did a survey of other tuition rates around the area. When is the last time you actually did a survey of what other pre-K providers are charging?
So when we first set the rate, it was set at $7,500 a year. When we came back the second year, we adjusted it down to what we're charging now. So this will be, if the board approves this, we'll go into the third school year with the same tuition rate. We look annually at what childcares and private schools in particular are charging, and we continue to want to be really in the middle of those two. So we want to be cheaper than the prevalence of private schools in the city, and we want to be at or slightly more expensive than traditional childcare centers. Now, the federal government did just make a huge infusion of dollars into childcare, which impacts our local region, which is helpful to centers, but our rate is still roughly at what they now can receive if they're the highest rated childcare center in the city.
And what is our cost per student?
We only serve tuition students in existing classes, so we're not creating new tuition sections. So these are classrooms that we're already obligated to funding. So, I mean, I would argue, Trustee Pinkerton, that there's no marginal cost to serving these kids.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Marshall?
Derek, I think it's great that we offer tuition pre-K for those that don't qualify. Obviously, that begs the question about who does qualify, which you've included here. I know the qualification process itself has some issues, both with the fact that a 3-year-old that qualifies has to qualify again for their 4-year-old year, as well as the timing of the schedule. And I'm grateful that our state legislators, John Turner and Morgan Meyer, are carrying a bill for us right now in the House to address some of those issues. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to educate my colleagues and anyone that's listening about that bill that's being considered and how it would impact the pre-K qualification process so that we can all get behind that bill and help advocate for it.
Yeah, we're really excited about this piece of legislation. Senator West is carrying it on the Senate side, both of which have been heard in committee, and I've had the opportunity to go down and speak in favor of. But what it's simply doing is saying that if a student enrolls in pre-K 3 in any district in the state, they would automatically be able to enroll in pre-K 4. Right now, they have to resubmit all of their paperwork, and we have to redetermine if they qualify, and that would no longer be the case. So we essentially guarantee the 2 years of pre-K to any student who meets eligibility at 3. The other thing this bill is really doing is recognizing that we're really only making half of our population go through that process right now, because any student who qualifies based on language automatically is going to qualify based on language the following year. We don't require a retest of the language proficiency exam. So this is just treating those educationally disadvantaged students the same way we're treating our English learners.
Okay, trustees, any other questions about this item? Trustee Henry?
I think Trustee Marshall was also asking about the timing. Did I miss that as far as?
Sorry, I did not respond to that part, Trustee Henry. We are having conversations with TEA about when we can start pre-K registration. So right now, we and every other district in the state of Texas has to wait until April 1st before we can kick off enrollment. That is something that's in TEA regulation. We thought that was in legislation, but it's not. So we are working with the Director of Early Childhood at TEA to figure out a path to petition the commissioner to let us do that earlier, which would be helpful because then we could recruit potential tuition students that are seeking private schools that have to commit in March before we even open enrollment in April.
Yeah, I'm going through it.
Okay, trustees, if there are no other questions on this item, we will move on to 15A, consider and take possible action authorize negotiate inter-agreements for kilns repair. Trustee Foreman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So it's a very quick and simple question. The last 3 years, we spent $47,000. And now we're doing a request for $500,000. Can you explain to me why the substantial increase?
Certainly, it's a great question. A year ago, in 2018, we started a district-wide kiln assessment to get an idea of the state of our kilns, what the repair needs were, whether they needed to be moved, those sorts of things. Also, as we've worked with we've gotten more information through the 10-year long-range master plan, that's also brought some things to light. So my department is we talk about the district strategic initiatives. This kiln piece is kind of a visual and performing arts strategic initiative. And so we're going to be allocating our existing funding toward this effort over the next 5 years in order to get these items working at the highest possible ability for our kids.
So how many instruments do we have?
How many instruments
How
do we have in
many?
the
Yes.
district?
Mhm.
I would have to get that to you. I don't have that off the top of my head.
All right, could you get that to me, and I'll just put that in a tracker request?
Sure.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, trustees, any other questions on this item? Trustee Blackburn.
Along the same line of count, if you can find out how many kilns are at each of our schools.
Yes, we have that. I can get that to you.
Some of the ones that I've seen are in storage, and I don't know if it's in disrepair or they don't have electrical connections, but I've seen too many in storage.
Yes.
Okay, trustees, there's no questions on this item. All the items under 17 were pulled, so we're going to jump into 18A. Consider and take possible action to approve the 2020-2021 school calendar. Trustee Pinkerton.
Just a quick question, is this posted on the website?
It should still be up, yes.
Okay. Has there been much input from the community as far as the
We had a
calendar?
little bit. I'll just tell you from the past years, when we went to the week where we didn't have Thanksgiving off, that was the big thing. So now that we have Thanksgiving off, the questions and concerns are very few.
Okay. The only thing I saw going around about next year's calendar, which we voted on last year and talked about last year, so it's really too late, but folks were very concerned about the week of spring break
Yes.
not aligning. I don't know how this proposed
Yes,
calendar
so
works
right
with that
now-
concern.
And I'm sorry, right now, it looks like we have the same spring break as Richardson, Duncanville, Highland Park, Irving, and Louisville. Several of the schools are going the week before, Carrollton, Farmers Branch, Cedar Hill, DeSoto, Forney, Garland, Grand Prairie, Mesquite, Plano. So we do have a split. Some of us are going 1 week, some are going the week before. Our issue is we have to go the week that Dallas County Community College District goes. And they split theirs because they have 2 quarters, 2 halves within each semester. And so that's, when they stop spring break is when they finish one, and then when they come back, they start a new one. And so we've committed to going with them. They have been reaching out to the other districts. We have as well, to try to see if any of them will change and go the week that we're going. Several of these schools that I just mentioned have schools that are in Dallas County Community College District, so we're not sure why they didn't follow the lead, because it was sent out to all the schools around us asking them to go that week. Moving forward, Dallas County Community College said they are taking a very strong stance with all of the schools that have kids in the college, so that hopefully we'll be better aligned for 2021.
All right, thank you.
Trustees, any other questions? Trustee Marshall.
This is normally not something I would micromanage, but I get a lot of phone calls about the calendar. So am I making it up, or last year, did we agree that we were going to start doing the calendar 2 years at a time so that it was done in advance, and so parents would stop
Yes.
asking questions about the following year? So are we not doing that anymore?
Well, we did that for 18, 19, and 19, 20.
Yeah, and that was the only year I didn't get any
And
questions.
then we had the issue with the spring break. So until we get the spring break worked out, and we think Dallas County Community College now has a plan so that we won't have this problem moving forward, then next year when we come back, we will do 2 years again.
That would be great, because you know, I think it's a lot of parents that are trying to plan vacations really far in advance. And, you know, I know frequent flyer tickets, you know, become available
Yes.
364 days ahead of time. And as soon as that starts happening, our phones start blowing up with parents trying to figure out when their kid's going to be out of school. So if we could get in front of that a little bit and eliminate some of that, it would be very helpful.
And that's why we're bringing 2021 now, still in this year, so that parents still have quite a bit of time to plan for the
Yeah,
following
I'm just hoping
year.
it's only a few matter of months before we're doing 21, 22.
Right.
Thanks.
Trustee Blackburn?
You just brought something about this is 2021.
This is
not-
2021.
Not 1920.
1920 has already been approved.
Okay, I was wondering why we were just doing it. Thanks.
Trustee Henry, any questions on the calendar? Okay. Then if not, we'll move on to the next item, which is contract with Dallas ISD and the Meyerson for the Booker T graduation. Any questions on this item? Okay, so we will move on to 20 strategic initiatives. Any questions about PTEX, PTEC, a bunch of Dallas County Community College? So these are all kind of in the same bucket. Any questions about 20A through K? Trustee Pinkerton? Oh, we need a,
Good afternoon.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
My question is, I know we've had interlocal agreements in the past. So how are these agreements different from the interlocal agreements that we've had since the initiation of PTEC programs?
These are ones that we've worked through the contract process with partners. So they're just the ones that we worked through with legal, and it's just the time to bring them forward. These individual agreements haven't been presented previously.
So we haven't had an interlocal agreement for PTECs in the past?
These are the interlocal agreement for industry partners. So as we have industry partners, we develop an interlocal agreement between the industry partner, the Dallas Community College District, and the school district. And so these are the agreements that have made their way through the three entities' legal departments.
Okay, so now we're formalizing our relationships with our industry partners, it sounds like.
Beyond the letter of intent. So with all of our partners, initially, when we onboard them, we get a letter of intent that moves us into the agreement, and we begin negotiating through the interlocal agreement.
Okay, and just in a nutshell, maybe what are the top three things that either we're committing to or they're committing to in this interlocal agreement?
In these interlocal agreements, the district is agreeing to implement the PTEC program, meaning they're going to work in collaboration with the community college and the industry partner to support the students through the PTEC program. The community college is agreeing to support the district and the industry partner with implementation of PTEC, and then that industry partner is agreeing to have a staff member who serves as a liaison in some capacity to support us with the curriculum development, providing the workplace learning opportunities for students as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
okay, any other questions on any of these items, 20A through K? Okay, if not, we will move to the Chief of Staff Division. Consider and take action, prove certain assessments, writing, language, oral proficiency interview, stamp. Any questions about this item? Okay, moving on to HCM, anything on A, B, C, or D? We're checking on 24A through D. D, okay. Trustee Foreman?
Excuse me, I know I have a big mouth, but I can't do it without the mic. No comment from you, Mitch K. So how long have we had this electronic talent management system? For a while.
Since 2015.
So concerns.
Yes, ma'am.
When talking to people who are trying to come to work for the district, no response. They get no responses back. They go in the system, they never hear anything. I know that's not what we want to do.
Correct.
Because in the meantime, through the frustration, maybe we lose talented people who go on to something else because this system is not responding. So the question would be, good job. Good job. The question would be is to go back and check the system and make sure that there are points in there where there are getting responses, even if they're not qualified for the job that they are applying for, is that we respond to them in some manner. And from what I hear from the street committee, is they're not getting responses based on this system. And so this might not be the right system for us. Now,
Okay, so our applicant system was Apple Track and not Cornerstone.
Oh, okay.
And so that's the system you all approved for us in the fall, that we would change that over to Taleo.
Okay.
We're currently in the implementation stages of bringing Taleo on as our full-time applicant system. So this is not
this
that
is not
system.
it.
This
So-
is.
So what does this do?
This is, it's utilized to facilitate a paperless appraisal system for all employees. So this is where the appraisal system for all of us.
Oh, appraisal.
Yes, this is
Does
appraisal.
that include him?
It includes him using it for us. He uses it to evaluate us.
Can I have access?
But I do want to tell you, I'm glad we've changed because when we had the old system, HCM lost my application and Dr. Wilson's application, so at
you,
least
it's
we're moving
bad.
on.
It was bad. It's all right. Thank you very much.
We're going to pause here for a minute, but I would ask the trustees to look at the next section under Financial Services Division and see if there are any questions under 26 and 27. Okay, so we have a quorum.
I'm on C.
26C, consider and take possible action to ratify the monthly financial report for the period ending February 28th, 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, trustee Foreman.
So just to, and maybe we can get together and you can clarify some of this for me later, is that I see some areas where we show absolutely no dollars, like construction service administration. So evidently that moved to somewhere else. And this is on page 43.
Okay. Let me get to page 43. So we're looking at the bond funds expenditures, is that what we're referring to?
I'm looking at construction service administration.
Right, okay.
So when it moves to another category, it would be nice to know where it moved. When you look at this sheet and you see dollars moved and not the amount of dollars moved, it's somewhat confusing, because the first thing I want to know is how much did you move and where did you put it? And I've got more than one instance of that, but that's just one. If you go to page 45, you've got the information technology 7, where the funds have been moved. There's no way to know where those funds are moved. And I know you guys are really smart, and I'm kind of slow. So it would be good to know where they
Understand.
went. And
Okay.
just, something on the side that would share that information and how much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions under Financial Services Division, items 26 and 27?
Okay. So I have I have one on D2.
Okay, so item 26D, consider and take possible action to approve the budget amendments for April 30th, 2019. Trustee Foreman.
Okay, so this is on page 2.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm assuming that that's 3 additional employees for the Professional Standards Office?
Yes, ma'am.
What would those employees' titles be?
There'll be the compliance specialist.
Compliance specialists, okay. All right, and then on page 4, a question is that, have we sold $1.2 billion in bonds, or have we only sold the $654 million in bonds?
So far, what we've sold is the 650 million.
654, okay, because that was
Yeah.
a little confusing.
Yes,
I
the-
guess
the-
you got all those different columns.
Yeah, the amount that is reflected here is when we did all the refinance and moving the tax maintenance notes back into to the debt service fund from the general fund.
Oh, okay.
We haven't sold any additional bonds.
Okay, all right, I couldn't understand it, but thank you very much. I just
You're
needed to know. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Blackburn.
Along the same lines, we've sold about $600 million of the 1.6 billion,
That's correct.
and we sold the 600 back in maybe December of 15.
I'd have to get the exact date, but it's been a while, yes, sir.
Somewhere around there.
So in a year and a half, we haven't, how long can we hold on to money before we can?
Well, what you have is depending on what you've reported to IRS of the timing of how long you're going to spend that, there are target dates and percentages that you have to spend that as it relates to the calculation for arbitrage. So technically, you could hold it for a longer period of time, but you would be more subject to repayment to the IRS of the interest that you earned on those dollars if you don't meet those criteria. As long as you meet the criteria, then you would be clear on the arbitrage calculation, which we do annually.
We're meeting the criteria?
Yes, right, as we are now, yes, sir.
Okay, just that we have $1 billion more to
We have
put
some other
out.
sales, obviously, that we need to do, and that'll be, as we progress through the projects that are ongoing, we'll have other sales. A lot of the cash flow is handled through the commercial paper program, and so that's kind of held off sales, as it were, but you will be seeing sales in the future, yes, sir.
I'd just love to see Scott and Tim go a little bit fast on our project so we can spend more of the bond money. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, trustees, let's move to the Information Technology Division. Do we have any questions on item number 29? I'm sorry, 27, Procurement Services. Any questions there? I'd ask for all under, go ahead, 27, what number? A. Okay, that 27A, consider and take possible action to approve an interlocal agreement with the Region 10 Educational Service Center for participation in cooperative purchasing programs over 5 years, including renewal options, no funding required. Trustee Foreman.
So while there's no funding required, I still ask questions about the cooperative purchasing programs.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I have 2 questions for you. When is the last time that you checked on any item that you've procured through the cooperative purchasing program to ensure we're getting the best value?
Ma'am, we try to check on all of our proposals and make sure, looking at our contracts throughout and on purchases, make sure we're getting best value.
So
I'm sorry.
on the cooperative purchasing, you don't always ensure you get best value. You just go to the entity because you've already met state guidelines. They meet state guidelines for you. So I know that. So my question again is, when is the last time you checked? Say, for instance, you're going to buy a widget, and you go to them and you see their price is X. When is the last time you've checked to ensure that X is the appropriate price we should be paying?
again, ma'am, we try to look at every purchase to make sure we are getting best value for the district. I understand
It's a simple question. When is the last time you've checked to ensure, and that's not this cooperative purchasing agreement, that means any cooperative purchasing agreement, because we can get very comfortable with them, but there's some things involved in cooperative purchasing agreements where there's an uptick so they can make money. You know that as well as I do.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I would encourage you to begin to look at making sure we're getting best value, even if that's picking up the phone and calling one or two people, just to ensure that we're getting best value, because cooperative purchasing does not always bring us best value. It's easy. It's the simple way. It's the convenient way, but it's not always best value. So I would just encourage you to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second thing is that I'd like to see all of our agreements for the last 3 years, how much have we spent with each one of those entities, to be able to look at, for instance, with Region 10,
Okay.
year 2015, how much did we spend? 2016, how much did we spend? 2017, how much did we spend? That's pretty simple. You should be able to capture that very easily.
Yes, ma'am.
So there's an
I'll get that for you.
understanding on how much we've actually spent with these cooperative purchasing agreements.
Yes, ma'am.
That we've done, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Pinkerton.
Okay, my question is around 27B. It's an item related to office supplies, and this district buys $20 million worth of office supplies every year. And those are, to some extent, commodity items, right? So Staples sells them, Office Depot sells them, a lot of different places. So what work have you and your team done to negotiate the very best possible price from these vendors that you're proposing?
Okay, on that, ma'am, it's 20 million over 5 years. It's 4 million per year that we're
Okay,
spending. on-
only 4 million a
Okay,
year.
I didn't.
Okay, yes, I
Just want to make
understand.
sure that I hadn't mistyped something in here. It caused me to have a heart attack. On that, what we did previously on office supplies, we had used a lot of co-ops, like a trustee Foreman said. So on this time, we wrote our own specs. We looked for catalog discounts, but we also added 50 line items of some of our highest movers and said, when you propose on this, we want you to give us your price on these. And when we did that, if you look, there's 2 companies that no bid on our line items, so those 50 items. We said, all right, we're not going to look at you anymore. So on that, piggybacks on what Trustee Foreman said, is we went away from the co-op to make sure we're getting best value on this. Competition really does drive that. And if you look at our recommendation, you know, we're basically going from what we're using right now with 6 vendors to up to 10. And some of those that we're adding are past vendors that we've used in the past here that give us outstanding service as well as competitive pricing.
Okay, well, great. I know that's warming Trustee Foreman's heart to know that you're getting away from the co-op there and that you're asking these vendors to sharpen their pencil. Sometimes when I see that there's a list of 10 different vendors, and if the vendors kind of know that anybody could buy from them, and there's a wide range of pricing there that you had in your rubric.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
all had different scores. And so how do we know that the individuals that are selecting which vendor to buy from within the district are picking the lowest price vendor for a particular item?
We're looking at that with some of our training that we're going out to the campus. I mean, some of the, like teaching and learning, you know, for things like that. We try to talk to the office managers. We're going to start going to making sure we attend the monthly office manager meetings. This is going to be a topic that we're going to do during the Business Academy to tell them that, hey, you've got choices, but, you know, it's up to you to be frugal on making sure that you're getting best value for your dollars.
What do you think is the motivation for an office manager to choose the lowest price vendor off the list?
Because they don't have $4 million a year, ma'am. They've only got a piece of that. So I think most of them are the majority of them, I think, are very motivated.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's move to the Information Technology Division. We only have one item there, item 29. Are any questions on that? Okay, Trustee Foreman.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Jack, how are you? Is this a new service or a new vendor?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And were we doing this before, or?
Yes, we have, so let me explain what it is. So we call this endpoint protection software. You can think of it as the next generation of antivirus software. So this is a utility that we install on all the endpoints, all the computers, the laptops, the Chromebooks, even phones these days, to protect them from viruses, malware, that sort of thing. So yes, we have used it in the past. Traditionally, we've focused more just on the PCs, and we had tools for that. We do have tools for that. But as we go further now with different types of devices, mobile devices, Chromebooks, phones, we're trying to evolve this technology to match what we're rolling out for our student one-to-one program.
So do we have a current contract with another vendor just for the laptops?
No, ma'am.
We do not. So what happened to that contract?
It was part of our Microsoft Enterprise Agreement. So Microsoft provides you, or provides the district, software that applies to the PCs, and we pay for that as part of our bundled Microsoft Enterprise licensing that we pay every year. So that's how we were protecting PCs, but we've never had protection for all the new types of devices that are rolling out.
Okay, so we won't be having that from Microsoft anymore, right? We won't be paying for that from Microsoft.
It's, it's not a discrete line item in our Microsoft agreement. It's actually bundled with some of the other products that we pay for Microsoft, so I don't know yet whether we'll see a discount in the Microsoft pricing going forward. It's possible.
So we haven't checked to see if we'll see a discount or not?
On the Microsoft side? No, ma'am, we haven't got to the point where we're just starting to negotiate that contract.
I would strongly suggest if we're not using one particular line item,
Sure.
that we don't continue to pay for something we're not using.
No, that's a great point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, trustees, let's move to the Chief of Operations Division, which encompasses items 31, 32, 33, and 34, all the remaining items, so.
I want to see.
Okay, item 31C.
Yeah.
Consider and take possible action to award and enter into a contract with Big Sky TNJ JV to renovate Ignite Middle School at J.W. Ray in conjunction with the bond program not to exceed $2,745,475 in bond funds. Trustee Foreman.
Scott, when did the board approve renovations to Ignite?
The, originally, in the bridge program, which was approved on March 26, 2015, there was a placeholder for a innovation school, which was later assigned to Ignite. So the funding was approved back in March of 2015.
But not for Ignite. It was just assigned by your department?
I believe OTI made the choice to
So the
put
board,
that,
the board didn't know it. It was made between the staff? The decision was made by staff?
I would have to go check and look at our fund reallocation ledger to see if we had a separate
I'm
board
just
action for
asking
that.
that question because I don't
Right.
remember a
Do you have
specific,
that?
a specific allocation.
Okay, here it is.
Okay.
The October 26th board meeting, 2017,
2017.
is when we actually approved 2.1 million at that time
For Ignite.
for Ignite.
Have we spent any bond funds on Ignite so far? Or on
Yes,
the
yes, we
school?
have.
And what's that amount?
That amount so far is $596,000.
And you're asking for 2.745 million. You've already spent 596 million.
Right, correct. Basically, what we have completely allocated to the school is 4.1 million.
Okay,
That
so-
comes from the 2 million that was originally allocated for Ignite. And then the board meeting that I mentioned added another 2.1 million. And then for JW Ray itself, prior
There's
to being
There's no JW Ray. Don't cause heartache up here. There's no JW Ray.
well,
JW
we have
Ray was
4.1,
closed.
we have 4.1 million allocated to
It's the
Ignite.
same building, and we're using this
Yeah,
on
it
the
was
building, is that right?
Yes.
The same building, so we're using
Same
this on the
building.
building?
Same building.
Okay, thank you very
Different
much.
school. Don't cause heartache up here. So one of the things, no, you are.
This is what we're talking
That's what I'm talking about, and you interrupted me anyway. I'm not berating anybody. I'm talking to
It
you.
is the same building.
I'm not talking
We're
to
Okay,
spending
folks.
money on the building.
All right, let's move on. You want to continue with your
So
question?
I'm continuing to ask the questions in regards to how much money has actually been allocated to Ignite.
4.1 million.
And that is inclusive of the 2 million and the 2.1 million. 2 million originally from the bridge fund. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the 2.1 million was done on October the 26th,
27th or 20?
October 26, 2017.
Okay, can you get those documents to me? And also, the expenditures that we've currently done on that building?
Yes.
And then, the other question is for, I noticed that we're doing a lot of work with Big Sky. Could you share with me their minority participation dollars? On the construction, not on,
On Ignite or across the program?
across the program?
Okay, I'll have to get that for you, but we can do that.
I know, okay, all right, thank you.
Trustee Pinkerton.
Thank you. I have a question about 31E. It's related to your MEP contracts. My question
Yes.
is, my question is around the funding sources. So they're MEP services for the 2015 bond program, and I'm not clear on why general operating funds would be used to pay for those bond services.
We put a variety of funds in these different master agreement contracts because what we have found from experience is, even though this is primarily for our use, sometimes the maintenance department has need for particular service, and if you don't designate it in the board doc, then you have to come back for a completely different board doc. So we've tried to be more versatile by mentioning any fund source that could be used to pay for that kind of service or product. So that's what that's for. But it's primarily intended to be used by our department.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. So the description says it's for the remaining projects in the 2015 bond, but you're also allowing yourself the flexibility to use it for a maintenance project that might come up?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions on 31C, which is, on 31C? That's, okay, we'll get to F. Renovate Ignite Middle School at J.W. Ray. This is the title of the school.
I
31F.
didn't ask you for that.
Consider and take possible action to award and enter into a contract with Ratliff Constructors LP, VPG, a joint venture to construct the new Wilmer Elementary School in conjunction with the bond program not to exceed $22,745,620 in bond funds. Trustee Foreman.
So the same question for Ratcliffe Construction. Just like to know what their overall minority participation has been on projects, because that's
Okay.
another vendor that we use a lot. And that's only on construction.
Okay.
Trustee Foreman, are you through on this particular item?
If you're talking about J.W. Ray, no.
We are talking about 31F, which is Wilmer Elementary School.
I'm through.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on item 31?
J.
31J, consider and take possible action to approve change order number 1 for Anson Jones Elementary School to cover additional cost in conjunction with the 2015 bond program, $325,000 in bond funds. Trustee Foreman.
Just a quick question. It says a change order is for playground? So
Yep.
is that playground equipment, or is that putting in a playground?
It's playground equipment and the play surface underneath the equipment around the area.
So how much equipment are we putting in there? Because I thought we had gone through the district and put in equipment in most of our elementary schools, new playground equipment.
Yeah, we have a long-range plan for that. I think it's 3 to 5 years, so we do a certain amount every year.
So
That's-
had Anson Jones gotten any of that new equipment? I'm just
I don't
looking at-
believe so, because this playground's in terrible condition.
Okay, so, but I just like to know if Anson Jones has gotten any of that equipment, because $325,000 for playground just seems a bit expensive.
Yes, ma'am, I'll get you that in.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, item 32, maintenance and facilities. Any questions under any of those items?
Yes, B.
32B, consider and take possible action to authorize, negotiate, and enter into an agreement with Mobile Enterprises, Inc. to renovate and repair the parking garage for the Linus D. Wright Administration Building not to exceed $1,289,000 in general operating funds. Trustee Foreman.
So when we purchased the building, there was a certain amount that we were going to spend on renovating. Was that 12 million or 15
Yes,
million?
ma'am, 12 million.
12 million. And how much of that 12 million have we spent?
Just about all of it, including this agenda item, but I can get you a breakdown if you would like
Can you
that.
get a breakdown? Because I
Yes, ma'am.
thought that was part of the agreement that we were going to only spend 12 million on
Yes, ma'am.
renovation.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions under item 32? If not, let's move to item 33, food and child nutrition services, and we have items A and B there. Okay, trustee
Just a quick
trustee
question.
Pinkerton. You have a light on. You
I
push the
turned my
button.
light on, yeah,
Yes.
it's
You
my
better
signal.
turn it on.
My signal.
Next time, wave.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, so my question is about 33B and the purchase of dining room furniture. Is Rosemont on your radar? Their middle school has cafeteria seating that was put in for first graders. So it's very awkward to sit in those seats. There's not size for the children who are in that school currently.
Yes, ma'am, I'm aware of that, and they are on our schedule.
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Foreman.
I'm on 33A,
Okay.
and that's the armored car service. So do we have any historical information on the cost of the armored car services? Because that's not a part of the packet, maybe I just missed it.
Yes, ma'am, we do.
I can get you a breakdown
get
if
it?
you would like that.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
That's fine, thank you.
That's okay. Just wait.
Anyone else? Trustee Pinkerton.
Thank you. Yeah, my question was around 34A. This is the contract with Wiser Security Services, so outside security guards coming into the district.
Oh, I'm sorry, before we go there, did you have a question on
Yeah, food service.
food and food services? Yeah.
You guys have been doing a great job. I like the last two events that you had down at the Trinity Groves, allowing the students to help choose the food, having students to prepare foods and have people to partake of it and rate it. And I'm seeing more and more of our students liking the idea of food service or culinary as a career. And I also saw that many of our students like the idea that you even ask their opinion about the food that they might eat. So y'all keep that up. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. And
When the kids say the food is getting better, then.
And I would add that recently the TDA came in and did their annual or 3-year audit, and we received a perfect audit from the state. It's the first time in the history of Dallas
Man,
ISD.
you got to keep that up.
Yes, sir, I know. Scary part now. Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
man.
Thank you.
Well, just to add to those kudos, I forwarded this message today to Scott and the superintendent. Michael, I should just tell you, congratulations on the Children at Risk report for 2019, which ranked Dallas second best among the large districts in the state. So it's really important to our kids, and you're doing a great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can move now to item 34, police. And we had a question from Trustee Pinkerton.
Good afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so it looks like we're wanting to enter into an agreement with an outside security guard service. Are any of these security guards going to be in our schools, on our campuses?
No, ma'am. These security guards, we have them at 5 different locations. One is at the Maria Luna Food and Child Nutrition location. One's at the Fleet Maintenance over at 2419 Cockrell Avenue. We have one at 2525 South Irvay, which is the Forest Ballou Service Center. And then we have the Cotton Service Center. We have one, and then at 9400, we have one.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would like to introduce Chief Lawton. He's our acting chief of police since the retirement of Chief Miller. He was one of our 2 assistant chiefs in the department.
It's a pleasure.
Welcome.
Okay, congratulations, Chief.
Thank you very much.
So I have a question.
Trustee Foreman.
Okay, so this says extend for 1 year, but it doesn't say the dollar amount. I see the overall dollar amount. Do we know what, it says no financial impact, so that means that it's going to be out of that 3.5 million?
That's correct. To date, they've spent right at $2 million. So the reason this item is coming forward is because the
Because it's got
time
some
period
some additional
expired.
dollars.
So
Okay.
it's extending another year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, the time. Wow.
No. So this is on B, so I don't let the acting chief get off without asking him some tough questions too. This is for additional vehicles. I see him smiling. You
Yes,
ready?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is for some additional vehicles. It looks like it's utility vehicles.
Correct. We are using SUVs, Ford SUVs.
Okay, so how does that help DISD, buying SUVs?
Okay, it gives us more space for storage. Also, basically, that's the main reason as far as storage. Other than that, there's
So,
really,
so I just question if that's the best use of funds, because basically what we're doing is patrolling our campuses and those
Correct.
kinds of things. And so we know that SUVs cost a lot more than a regular car, correct?
Well, they can.
Correct.
It depends on what kind of SUV you buy or what kind of car, but typically, they are more expensive.
They normally do. So it would just be, I see we're asking for 14. How many do we currently have in the fleet?
okay, so right now, we currently have about 130 vehicles. And of those 130, 36 of them are over 100,000 miles.
So are they SUVs?
They're not all SUVs, no ma'am.
So how many SUVs do we currently have in the fleet?
Let's see if I have that information. If not, I can definitely get it for you.
We can get that for you.
I'm gonna give you a pass this time.
No, we'll get you the information.
I'm teasing him, let me play with him. Let me give you a pass. But what I would like to know is a couple of things.
Yes, ma'am.
The difference between the cost of a patrol car and an SUV, and how many SUVs we currently have in the fleet.
Won't be difficult to get.
All
yes,
right,
ma'am.
thank you.
Time is now 4:47 PM and we're adjourned.
He thought he was talking to Andre.
But I still had questions.
Yeah, you gonna get your neck broke over here.